Free agency day in the NHL. Free agency opens at noon today, if there are any left. A lot of players signing back with their own teams yesterday. There was one sign and trade, though. Mitch Marner is being traded to the Vegas Golden Knights, where he will have his 8-year deal for $12 million per. Signs that with Toronto, and then he'll get dealt to Vegas. That's not official yet, but it's been reported all around that Marner is going to go to Vegas. Players that are staying on their own teams. Florida is keeping Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand. Ekblad goes back for 8 years, $6.1 million per. Brad Marchand, at 37 years old, signs a 6-year deal for $5.25 million back with Florida. A couple other signings. Ivan Provorov, big deal to stay in Columbus, 7 years, $8.5 million. He was expected to be one of the top defensemen available. Patrick Kane reportedly is going back to Detroit on a 1-year, $3 million extension. For the Sabres, Elliot Friedman says that Buffalo is the expected destination for free agent goalie Alex Lyon. He has started 69 games the last 2 years for Detroit. In the NFL, Dolphins trade Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh for safety Minkah Fitzpatrick, who began his career in Miami, and the Steelers are taking most of the giant Jalen Ramsey contract back. At Wimbledon, Jessie Pegula playing in her match, starting right now against Italy's Elisa Cocciaretto. And on the men's side, number 1 seed Yannick Sinner's playing at 8 a.m. this morning. Novak Djokovic will play at 10:50. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Happy. Welcome to the first day of free agency. Is that wrong? I thought happy was not. Listen.
You wanted to pull back on happy?
Well, I'm in a good mood.
We could use, what else would we use?
We got
here?
a rumor out of the gate, so.
Sure. Yeah.
A report from Friedman.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy and Joe, it is unrestricted free agency in the NHL, and yes, here we are.
Listen, that rumor, I think I said yesterday, I don't know the Sabres will sign a top, what was the number I said? Was it 50? A top 50 free agent?
Yeah.
And, Matt Larkin's list right now, the guy that they're being tied to is ranked number 19th, although that is with, I think, everybody that's signed been taken out.
Yeah.
So 19th now might have been 40th yesterday. I'm not sure.
Whatever. They're linked
Doesn't
to
matter.
Alex Lyon, a goaltender, and that works for me because I want them desperately to do something in that vein, and he might be the best available. There's a report that Jake Allen is getting close to going back to New Jersey. Whatever. Anyway, good morning. How is everybody? How you doing? Josh, Owen, Joe, how are you? We okay today?
Drained from a very hot golf round yesterday.
Yeah.
But good.
Day before vacation for me.
Oh, nice getaway day for you.
Yeah, going to Rhode Island.
I'm off next week, so I've got
to mail it in Tuesday for Josh.
I've got like 3 days left here.
I'm going through with Joe all the way. So me and you, Joe, are going all week next week. But
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, just hoping for something. Lion would be fine.
Fine?
I guess.
All right.
Fine, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. He's a goalie. He
Yeah.
plays goalie, and he'd be on the roster. And
Yep.
you know, one thing the NHL's talking about fixing cap circumvention on long-term injured reserve.
Uh-huh.
And I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's overly. It's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older. And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because... Man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see.
Or, like, you're going to... I think, not or. You're going to see, if they don't trade his rights away, they'll just make up or exaggerate an injury to say, when he's 40, say... He's got 3 years left on the deal, and he wants to retire. He thinks, okay, this is it. Then him in Florida will decide, okay, listen, though. We're not just going to announce your retirement. We're going to say you're retiring because, this hip surgery that you needed to have.
Yeah.
That we're going to call that career ending so that we can place you on LTIR, long-term injured reserve, for the next 3 years, and your salary doesn't count against us. Kind of like... a version maybe of what Vegas is doing right now with Alex Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Pietrangelo.
Pietrangelo, it's not even an injury. Like, they're not labeling it something specific. It is his overall health and playing health. Overall playing health is what it was described as.
Yeah, I saw that.
Is why he's going to go on long-term injured reserve so that they have the room to sign Mitch Marner, by the way. And... this has been true of other players in the past. I think Marian Hossa was one that actually got traded. Like, his rights got traded. Pronger, like, lots of guys that, they just, it's time for them to retire, and the team that signed him to this contract, knowing ahead of time eventually this day would come, they get all the relief. So they're basically signing Marchand to a 3-year deal. I mean, double the money. They're kind of giving him, like, $9 million per year on a 3-year deal, and they're just finding a loophole that they can get the cap hit down to 5. Listen, it's cap circumvention in one area, but there are a lot of teams doing that, and it's kind of something you'd want to see the Sabres exploring, I think, and they don't do stuff like that.
No, I mean, you'd have to be spending way above
You have to be above the cap.
You have to be way above the cap to circumvent it.
Right.
Although there are teams that circumvent it on the bottom end. And
sure.
There will continue to be teams that circumvent it on the bottom end.
So you have two instances here. You have Marchand getting to stay in Florida because of a version of cap circumvention, and you have Vegas finding room for a $12 million Mitch Marner. I think, in essence, it's cap circumvention on that front, too.
Yeah.
But they're great teams. Elite teams. How can you be mad?
Yeah, they do what it takes to win. Vegas goes out and gets Marner. Yeah. Vegas is the team, and this is not just a Sabres point, Vegas is the team you want your team to be.
Yes.
Right? How many teams wish their team was Vegas and the way that they operate? Is it 30 other markets?
I think almost all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
They came in the league and they dunked on all the GMs in the expansion draft where a series of they made side deals.
Yeah.
Right? Because all these teams were like, oh, man, look at this. They're going to take a player. Let me give them another player to take a different player. Vegas made fools of the entire league and me because I thought they wouldn't make the playoffs. And they made the cup final. And ever since then, they've been just operating like, who cares about draft picks? We're going to go get great players. We're going to get all the best players. We're going to trade our picks all the time. We're going to have the Rams model. Bleep them picks. Here's Vegas going out for Marner. They tampered with Marner. Oh, sorry about that. You want a player? Here,
Right.
here, Toronto.
For a year, by the way. Over the guys.
They've never once said learn how to win.
Learn how to win.
They've never once talked about the importance of the vibes.
They don't idolize their depth role players the way that like the Sabres do. Hell, they don't idolize their top players. Right? Like, they kick Fleury out, and, like, they're maybe leaning on Pietrangelo here. I've seen a lot of that. Like, those are guys at the top of their lineup. And they're like, no, we got to get better. Like, I don't care. I don't care what has happened before. Like, we got to keep going.
Yeah, the leaning on Pietrangelo. So Pietrangelo put out a statement, and then the Vegas GM put out a statement as well, which... if it was a player just saying, I'm going to step away from the game, you would just have the player issue the statement.
Right.
The GM being right there as well, basically saying, like, yes, and furthermore. Like,
yes.
Okay. You feel the need to issue a statement, too. Yeah, Vegas is the team everybody wants to be.
Does everybody want them to be so cold, calculated, shrewd?
Yeah.
Like, I want my team to act that way.
I mean,
but
you don't even really have to be
They're
that.
not quite like, we're a family type of... They're not run that way, at least.
No, that's right.
They might say it, but they're not run that way.
No, they're run like a professional sports organization.
Yeah.
They fired a coach that went really far, too.
Right.
And won a coach with a different guy and fired that coach. I mean, like, it's just...
You know what I mean? Like, they don't act like the Bills don't really act that way, right?
No.
The Bills are more like, we're a family, and...
The Bills act like we're a family, but they get shrewd. They do. They got shrewd on Poyer. They're shrewd here on Cook,
but
to a point.
Not as much. No, like, this is another level.
That's right. That's right. I have in my notes to ask, like, would we want the Bills to be a little more like Vegas? Every year, it's, who's the best player on the market? Grab him.
We need him.
It's not as easy in football, I don't think, as it is in the NHL.
True.
But whatever. Vegas is a team to just behold.
There's another one right now, and I think they have a lot going for them right now as a destination. Like, really, any of these run-ins with Fleury or whoever, like, it's not really costing them the ability to land star players.
Right.
Marner clearly wanted to go there, obviously, and there was last year Noah Hannafin's available. I only want to go to Vegas. And right now, this the Flames defenseman who's on the market, like a low end top pair guy, Anderson. There's a report yesterday like, he will only sign an extension with Vegas. He's got 1 year left on his deal. Calgary's trying to trade him, and he will only sign with Vegas. Like, just they've got a lot going for them. It's them and it's Florida, and there's maybe a couple other teams on that list, but Vegas has got to. Are they not the number one destination in the league right now? Or them and Florida might be neck and neck.
Sure, you could say it's about income tax. You could say a lot of things. Isn't it also go to a place where if you don't win, your life is not ruined?
Right.
Mitch Marner leaves Toronto, his dream team to play for his entire life. He gets out of Toronto because, like, hey, listen, if I leave here, my life will get better. because when we don't win the Stanley Cup, the world crashes down on me. And there are a lot of markets that are like that. And who are the successful markets, or where are the destinations that players want to go? They might want to just escape all the nonsense and just like go play hockey and, not be constantly under pressure. I think about all the stories Craig Rivet used to tell about playing in Montreal, how much pressure there is in Montreal. When's the last time Montreal was good? I mean, they made a cup final in the COVID year.
They played Tampa.
But they weren't good. It's been a long time since they were good. Anyway, I'm basically trying to find a way to avoid having a conversation about the Sabres being at rock bottom, because I don't know what to do with it. All these free agency is dried up. It's already dried up in a big way. And what are they going to do? I don't know. Maybe Alex Lyon is a nice deal. Fine, great. He's your Reimer replacement. If your off season is replacing Reimer and swapping out Peterka for a top 4 defenseman, like, there's an offseason. Meanwhile, the good teams, you see that Nikolai Ehlers might be going to Carolina. Like, the good teams are getting great players, and I'm swapping out middle-range defensemen and thinking this is going to be the thing that gets me over. Now, that said, I don't know what else they can do. Chad DiDomenicis has his report, he tweeted, that the Sabres did try to get Noah Dobson from the Islanders, but he would not extend here. So, okay, that's a move that a lot of people would have really liked.
See, that's one of those where, like, people would have really liked that. It's disappointing that sure, here's another player that wouldn't do it. I'm choosing to actually look at that news and say, oh, good. They were, willing to pay the guy. I mean, they must have been, right?
Yeah.
He got $9.5 million per year from Montreal. They must have been willing to pay a big amount for a player this offseason, because you're not trading for that guy and getting him for, I mean, that's about a $10 million defenseman.
Right. Are they going to have another one of those?
They were willing to add. Right?
That's right. That's
so,
good.
that's good. And the fact that they would be trying to add players of that caliber before they have to settle on guys that are not as good. So, again, the trying is, I'd like to see more evidence of the trying and not just, assuming they can't get guys or going for the tinkering of the fringes of the roster. Because that's really, Peterka's subtraction is not this. But otherwise, this is most off seasons lately. The Sabres' moves in an offseason are more tinkering with the fringes of the roster.
Right. A quick point on Dobson. Did he sign his contract the first 2 years, get $33 million in bonus?
With Montreal?
Yeah, because that's one thing I think I heard Friedman talk about that, where the Sabres are not a team that's going to front-load contracts.
Right.
When the report, or maybe it was Saravelli when we were talking about a Peterka offer sheet, that sure, maybe they would have paid him $9.5 per year over 7 years, but they were not about to give him $40 million in the first 2.
Right.
And that's something that NFL teams do. Those are NFL contracts, right? That's the Marchand contract. You're not worried about how the AAV hits. You're just worried about getting good players and giving them big money.
Yep.
So good point from T here on the YouTube chat, making that point about maybe that's why he wouldn't extend, because they weren't going to give him that kind of framework. Anyway.
I mean, if you want a forward today, like Nikolai Ehlers, but as you mentioned, Carolina, and I think it's Anaheim also, are the front runners for him. Besser, Jonathan Drouin might actually be an idea the Sabres land on, I feel like. Left wing, that's your Peterka replacement. Power play. He's not as good as Peterka, and he's 30. But that's probably the high end, I think, for what is realistic today. Is like, oh, this guy, Drouin, okay, 37 points last year. Although he only played 43 games, so maybe that's too good for them to get their hands on. But it's pretty thin. It's pretty thin going into today.
803-0550, our number. Paul at 7 will get his thoughts on development camp. Radim Murtka going out in number 57, which, felt kind of good. I was into that.
A tall guy wearing number 57?
Yeah, the big Tyler Myers number.
Yeah.
Tyler Myers.
I had his jersey. I still probably have his jersey somewhere.
Tyler Myers
Although I might have duct tape on it to make it a 9-7.
He's not like the last Sabres player that was truly an amazing revelation. There have been others. But when Myers broke out, it was amazing.
It was shocking.
It was the best. And seeing Murka in that number 57 yesterday made me think, hey, remember when he won the Calder? Remember that season? He would just do whatever he wanted to? Yeah.
He scored, wasn't in his first week on the team, an overtime goal against like Tampa.
Like going around.
To win it.
Yes. Maybe not the first week, but yes, there's an overtime goal in Tampa where he like goes wide.
Yeah.
And he was amazing. It was an incredible time.
There was a shootout goal maybe he scored too.
That might be right.
Yeah, there were moments.
He could do whatever he wanted. It was so fun.
And we probably gave him. You know what's funny?
He got 2 years and he was gone.
I got his hockey reference page open. Also, when we thought for sure like this was Chara, right? Mm-hmm. Like we just got Chara.
Yep.
He had 48 points that season. And he's played 15 seasons since then. What's his next highest total?
Oh, 36. 36?
37.
Yeah.
He had 48 points that first year. He never has had more than 37, and 37 was the next year. So it didn't quite get to Chara.
No, not quite. 803-0550. We got a couple calls in here. Again, Paul at 7 on development camp, which is open to the public. Had their first practice yesterday. The Steelers and Dolphins make a trade. We will dig into that. We've got a Steelers guest coming up at 9. And your phone calls along the way. Happy July 1st. It is unrestricted free agency in the NHL, and we'll have lots of news to pass along throughout the day. We're going to need, what do we think? Like a sounder here, a theme song?
Definitely need a sounder, for sure.
Hey, here's a rumor, here's something. Should we have some sort of sounder that's specific for a Sabres report? That'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's early, and I driving in today, I'm just thinking, just don't be doom and gloom yet. Don't say it's rock bottom yet. Don't get so depressed right now. Things could happen that could be good. So
and if things don't happen, we have tomorrow.
We've got a lot.
Oh, what's this? Sonar?
That would be Sonar, yeah.
Nah, I need something more celebrational.
What about like a gong?
I'm going to celebrate.
Like a big gong?
Not even that it's celebration. Whenever there's news, a report, a rumor. Something like the draft sounder, which, by the way, the NHL draft sounder, they copied the ESPN NFL. They copied the NFL chime, and it sounded good. They copied the NFL.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
it was the exact same one?
It was not the exact same. They basically
close.
went into the NFL chime music file
library,
and made it out of the NHL theme song, and that was their chime for the NHL.
Gotcha.
Okay. Sounds like it's on a xylophone.
You have it? Yeah. The NHL draft chime, I thought was good.
Okay.
Just as a random thought here. All right,
with the first.
Right?
Okay.
That's the NFL.
That sounds like an updated version of the NFL
That's
one.
the NFL chime with the NHL theme song. So
that's pretty good.
I liked it. Jay on a cell. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Friday before the draft choice, or the picks, there was a list for Bo Byram. Unfortunately, this is probably rebuild part 3 because that list pretty much dried up. Not because Adams didn't try, but because any player that was of value more than likely has a no movement clause. And Kevin wasn't telling a lie, but you can't get what you want because they don't want to come. So, in turn, we're stuck with Bo Byram on the roster. That is probably not going to look good when you have to deal with Tuck and re-signing him. Because why would you want to re-sign here when they're giving money away to teams that are established, that are going to make the playoffs? Because Buffalo's not making up 95 points. Let's just be real. And any player that they can acquire is on probably an entry-level deal that's going to need development. So now you have to look at this spilling into Tuck, looking at Dahlin being frustrated. Because if you're not able to bring in talent to make up that point difference, which they took a step back Friday, I think we all would agree, it's got to be a rebuild. There's no way around it. And you can have nice players, but the facts are the facts. You can't get players to come here. They're not coming. It's not happening. And it's just sad because the fans are going to suffer for the next 3 or 4 years.
Thanks, Jay. You can get some. Jordan Kyrou, his no-trade clause kicked in last night. And Elias Pettersson, his kicked in last night. And if it was, again, like, we can't, there are definitely limitations which are to be mentioned and considered often. Will someone extend? Will they waive a no-trade? Probably not. But not everybody in the league has a no trade. And identifying young players and identifying the right moves, that's the thing. You probably need a GM that is one of the best to work your way out of this. And that's part of what I thought we'd get into today. Terry Pegula is going to be keyed in on everything that happens. And as Kevin Adams says, I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this. Would you give this guy $33 million in the first 2 years? No. Okay, we can't do that either. What would you like me to do? What are the Sabres' plans to ever get out of this deepest of ruts? It's such a deep rut. As Jay brings up the point about a rebuild, the Twitter account, maybe you follow on Twitter, Sabermetrics, posted pictures from development camp in 2015. It was not at Harbor Center. It was at the arena.
Yes,
and
2015, I think. Yeah, I was there.
Eichel's
wearing number 41.
There were like 15,000 people.
Yes,
for development camp.
Yep, it was the scrimmage for development camp. I was there. It was like almost a full house.
Right.
Yeah.
It was better attended than some games will be this year. The fans. That's 2015. The drought's not that old. They had some suffering, right? We have to embrace some suffering. They had tanked 2 years. We argued about it a lot. But despite when anybody tries to tell you about the fan base being killed by the tank, it was packed. And the rebuild was to be a show. And that fell apart. And the next one is not getting 17,000 fans at the KeyBank Center. Unless they get Gavin McKenna.
That's the first overall pick next year?
Yeah. But who's really going to
And he's like a generational one, allegedly?
I'm not allowed to say that word. It is,
Okay,
it
so
is,
he's- but
it is
he's an
illegal
elite.
for you to ask me that.
Sorry, he's an elite number one overall pick. Like the top end?
Yeah, he's one of those ones. That's what they say. 803-0550. We'll pass the rumors along. We'll get you the information. I'm wearing my Sabres hat today. You know? I'm choosing. I don't know what I'm choosing yet. I'm working on it. Paul 7 on development camp. On the Dolphins and the Steelers in that trade, which was, I think, juicy. It's pretty good for. I think it's pretty good for the Steelers.
Yeah.
And the Steelers are a better team today than they were yesterday. And the Dolphins are still a bit of a mystery on what on earth they're doing. So we'll get to that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Vegas goes out and gets Marner.
Yeah.
Vegas is the team, and this is not just a Sabres point, Vegas is the team you want your team to be.
Yes.
Right? How many teams wish their team was Vegas and the way that they operate? Is it 30 other markets?
I think almost all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
They came in the league and they dunked on all the GMs in the expansion draft where a series of they made side deals.
Yeah.
Right? Because all these teams are like, oh, man, look at this. They're going to take a player. Let me give them another player to take a different player. Vegas made fools of the entire league and me because I thought they wouldn't make the playoffs. And they made the cup final. And ever since then, they've been just operating like, who cares about draft picks? We're going to go get great players. We're going to get all the best players. We're going to trade our picks all the time. We're going to have the Rams model. Bleep them picks. Here's Vegas going out for Marner. They tampered with Marner. Oh, sorry about that. You want a player? Here,
Right.
here, Toronto.
For a year, by the way.
I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's overly. It's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older. And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see.
Free agency day in the NHL, 12 o'clock for the start officially, although a lot of players have already signed, and there was a sign and trade yesterday between Toronto and Vegas. It's not official yet, but Mitch Marner is going to the Golden Knights. It's going to be an 8-year deal worth $12 million per year. Nicholas Roy is expected to go back role player for Toronto in the sign and trade. Florida gets to keep Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand. Ekblad's deal is 8 years, $6.1 million. Marchand signs for 6 years, $5.25 million. Patrick Kane is going back to Detroit on a 1-year extension, $3 million. Elliot Friedman says that the Sabres are the expected destination for free agent goalie Alex Lyon. Lyon started 69 games in the last 2 years for Detroit, had a .901 save percentage in that time. In the NFL, Dolphins trade Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh for Minkah Fitzpatrick. And at Wimbledon, Jessie Pegula is playing in her first-round match right now, and she is up, but it's very early. Match started just after 6. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The trick is to build a culture of winning where players aren't asking out. You want to get to a point, and it's not going to happen overnight. You're having what happened in Florida. There was a point in time when no one wanted to be a Panther. It wasn't exciting to go play hockey down there. But they got to the point now where Aaron Ekblad took a massive discount. He probably could have made $8 million on the open market, and he's staying for, I think it's 6.1. That's where you want to get to. But, baby steps, and then you have to make decisions along the way.
Luke Fox of Sportsnet. I've got a fun little game for you here.
Okay.
It's not really a game so much as I'm just going to read some names to you.
Okay.
Because I'm at puckpd.com and I've got the history of the Sabres signings. I'm going to go for just July signings. Mm-hmm. All right? Let's just do that. Since Kevin Adams took the job. Right now I'm at Drake Caggiula and Vinny Hinostroza.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah. July signings is what I'm going for because, here we are, free agency. Chase Prisky, Eric Comrie, Cale Clegg, Jeremy Davies, Ilya Labushkin, Malcolm Subban, Hinostroza again, Craig Anderson, Sean Malone.
Sean Malone?
Sean Malone was June. Sorry, that one doesn't count. Sean Malone was June. And then also one last little batch here of July signings. James Reimer, Felix Sandstrom, Mason Jobst, Colton Poolman, and I think that's it. Dennis Gilbert, Jacob Bryson, Abe Kubel, Josh Dunn, Jason Zucker last year, Sam Lafferty, Cale Clegg, Dustin Tokarski, Devin Cooley, Justin Richards, Michael Hauser, Connor Clifton, Eric Johnson, Tyson Jost. Those are your July signings.
What are the July signings right after they missed by 1 point? That's Clifton and Johnson.
Yeah.
And Tyson Jost.
Zucker is the hope here. Find that guy.
Zucker 2.0.
Zucker. Find that guy. Old, and when he signed, that's a little too much, and he must have had not that many other options, and it worked, and he got extended.
Yeah.
So, and
was willing to.
That's right. That's right. Signed a 2-year extension. So with Zucker, I feel like that's whatever they did to determine that's what we have to do. That's what the GM has to go to the owner and say, I need another one of these. If it's 1 year, and there's probably a point to be made here about, again, we mentioned Chad DiDominis reporting the Sabres were after Noah Dobson, but he wouldn't extend. There's probably a couple times where the Sabres are going to have to realize we have to take chances like that. Take a chance. Here's a first-round pick for a guy for a year.
Right. Like, is there a thought of, okay, the guy would extend with you, maybe we do it anyway?
Right. He's not going to extend. Okay. We're gonna trade a lottery protected first, try to make it this year. And hey, we made it, and the Fever took over town, and he had a good time. Mm-hmm. And other players no longer look at us as a wasteland.
Yeah.
So it really might take, you have to fly without a net, or not fly, whatever. You have to jump without a net.
That works, doesn't it?
I'm going with jump without a net.
Jump without a net?
Walk a tightrope without a net.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's before 7 a.m. Metaphors don't come. They don't come to me. But you really might have to take that kind of chance. Hey, he's not going to extend. All right, fine. You didn't know that Zucker was going to extend. I mean, you'd have to trade for him.
Because that's a deal. When's the last time they've done anything like that? Oh, the Zucker rate is a form of that. But he's older, right? Like, Carolina, you're only committing. You're committing $5 million in free agency. That's different than when, like, Ottawa trades the 7th overall pick and other stuff to get Alex DeBrincat, who had 1 year left in his or 2 years, one or two.
Just to try.
Right.
Just to try.
And what happens there? He's like, well, I'm not going to end up staying, so they end up trading him the second time.
That's Mikko Rantanen. Right. Rantanen gets traded.
And that's part of your, like, sure, your downside is you might not get as much, but, okay, like, Noah Dobson or someone like him doesn't want to sign an extension with you. You do it anyway. And if you're having a really good season, maybe you're willing to risk it and say, well, if we lose him for nothing, maybe we at least made the playoffs. We had a season. Maybe we turned our reputation around a little bit. And sure, you'll have to eat whatever you lost. Or if you're not having a good season, you just trade him at the deadline and get 70% of what you traded for him in the first place.
In some cases, you might get more than what you traded for him.
In some cases, you really might,
In some cases, you might if you trade him to a team that he would extend with. Right? I mean, yesterday we went over the story where the Sabres traded Marco Scandella for a 4th, and then 2 months later he got traded for a 2nd.
Right.
And sometimes that happens too. So it's really got to be, about whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. And if you trade for a guy that doesn't have an extension in place or doesn't have, okay, we're just going to do that. Isn't that Byram? The idea of keeping Byram is this. You could trade him or you could just keep him without an extension in place. Mm-hmm. Okay. Not a long-term extension, at least. And he'll play hard for you, and next year he'll want to leave. Okay. You can operate that way.
That might be where they end up.
803-0550.
With Byram, at least.
Alex Lyon, the only real rumored name to this point. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. The Steelers and the Dolphins made a trade.
Yeah.
That I like for the Steelers. I think it's pretty good.
I think it makes the Steelers better than it makes the Dolphins.
For sure. Yeah. And I saw Steve Palazzolo had a stat on Jalen Ramsey, which is, because Ramsey's a weird one. He's odd. Of course, Bills fans remember he called Josh Allen trash. Josh Allen has proceeded to trash Jalen Ramsey on the field over and over again, beating him. Ramsey is a guy that always gets respect as one of the better defenders in the league when he's healthy. He went to Miami and immediately hurt his knee, right?
Yeah.
His first year he got hurt, and he was trying to come back by December. And anyway, the stat from Steve Palazzolo was when Ramsey is on one team for the full year, the last 6 times that's happened, his defenses are always good. Always good. The worst defense he's been a part of when he's healthy the full year is 16th. And I also saw Andrew Filipponi pointing out that the Steelers are paying more for defense than anybody in the NFL right now. The Steelers are a team that is going to try and build a top 3 defense, and they have the pieces for it. They have a bunch.
Yeah.
And to add Ramsey into that mix, where is he going to play safety for them? He really might play safety for them. More safety than corner.
He still is playing corner at a pretty good level. His PFF stuff is that he's not maybe as elite as he was 4 years ago and certainly 6-7 years ago, but that he is still very good.
He's played 137 snaps at safety in his career.
Okay.
So he has done it before. And
now they have a hole because they traded Fitzpatrick.
That's right. They have a hole at safety, and they have corners that are accomplished. They're not that bad at that spot. They're pretty good at that spot. So here you go, Pittsburgh going for it with Aaron Rodgers, and they're not doing it in the way that the Jets did. What did the Jets do? Aaron, we'll hire all of your friends and trade for all of your friends.
Right.
In this case, the Steelers say we're going to get a problem in Pickens out and be aggressive at receiver and be aggressive now here trading for this guy, Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. So I like the deal for the Steelers quite a bit. You know me, Joe. I like to make fun of the Steelers, and I don't want to take them seriously, and I want them to finish 9-8. But I respect what they are doing here. They have a quarterback that is old, 1 year for him.
Yep.
Why wouldn't we pour everything we can into that year? And when it ends, it ends. And we'll start our rebuild from there. Maybe we draft a quarterback. Maybe Tomlin moves on. Who knows? But if you're going to get Aaron Rodgers for 1 year, your approach should definitely be everything it takes to get as far as we can.
The only thing is, Ramsey is pointed to more than anybody, I think. Maybe, not anybody, probably Tyreek Hill. But he's pointed to a lot in Miami for, we had a lot of culture problems. And this guy, he's vocal, right?
Well,
he's been very vocal about being unhappy with the defense under 2 different coordinators in 2 years in Miami, and we know his history before that. And I see the Steelers trade for him, and I think they are doing the right thing. I think they need to take risks, and they need to take risks to be good right now because they have a 40-year-old quarterback. But it could be explosive. Tomlin has had locker rooms like this before, and I've got big personalities now, whether it's Rodgers, whether it is Ramsey, whether it is Metcalf even to some extent. It could be a powder keg in that locker room.
This is where I say my favorite thing to say. That had never happened to a Mike Tomlin team. Which you are
certainly could.
You are required to hear an announcer say that on CBS during a game.
Right.
That kind of stuff would never happen to a Mike Tomlin team.
It really could. I wonder.
And it always does.
His reputation on that front really could finally take a hit this year if it is kind of like what the Jets were. Does it have to be so different? than what the Jets was, where there is conflict, butting heads, and
it does. It will.
Why?
I think it will be different.
Just because of the brand,
because
or?
it's not Rodgers versus the organization the way that it was with the Jets. The Jets,
but it could become that.
It could, but I think it's less likely. We got to get to a break, but just. What two organizations are farther apart than the Steelers and the Jets? The Steelers are a perennial contender, as flawed as they might be, and the Jets are a perennial absolute joke, no matter how good they look. Mm-hmm. One team, no matter how bad it looks, they're good. No matter how good this team looks, they're bad. And Rodgers went to the accomplished organization and a coach that, he knows what he's doing. He can coach football. It's interesting. 8030550. When we get back, I needed Gene Steratore in my house yesterday. I needed a ruling.
You needed him in
I needed a
your
ruling.
house.
I needed a ruling in my house. I'll tell you what it was next. Vegas goes out and gets Marner. Yeah. Vegas is the team, and this is not just a Sabres point, Vegas is the team you want your team to be.
Yes.
Right? How many teams wish their team was Vegas and the way that they operate? Is it 30 other markets?
I think almost all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
They came in the league and they dunked on all the GMs in the expansion draft where a series of they made side deals.
Yeah.
Right? Because all these teams were like, oh, man, look at this. They're going to take a player. Let me give them another player to take a different player. Vegas made fools of the entire league and me because I thought they wouldn't make the playoffs. And they made the cup final. And ever since then, they've been just operating like, who cares about draft picks? We're going to go get great players. We're going to get all the best players. We're going to trade our picks all the time. We're going to have the Rams model. Bleep them picks. Here's Vegas going out for Marner. They tampered with Marner. Oh, sorry about that. You want a player? Here,
right.
Here, Toronto.
For a year, by the way.
I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older. Mm-hmm. And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Paul Hamilton in a moment on development camp. I thought about Gene Steratore yesterday at home.
What was the reason for this?
So our daughter, the youngest, Rory, she is very close to walking. She can stand on her own. Mm-hmm. She'll hold your hands and step forward and step and step.
Okay.
And when you try to push your hands away and she stands there, she's thinking about walking.
Yep.
She took 3 steps, but all with the same foot. Right foot shuffles forward 3 times.
So kind of like a hop. No, because you're saying shuffle.
Yeah. And it made me think of the NFL rule where if a guy gets 2 feet in bounds, but it's the same foot, that's not a catch.
Right.
So you're like, did she take steps? Like, yeah, it was 3 with the same foot. I don't think that's a catch. All right, I don't think that's not walking.
That's not walking.
3 with the same foot is not walking.
That's not considered a walking move.
No. Let's go to Gene Steratore, guys. Gene, what do you see? Yeah, guys, you're going to need 2 feet. You're going to need both feet in a forward walking direction in order for this to count as first steps.
Mm-hmm. You could walk backwards, though.
Could. That would also need both feet, and she only moved 1. 1 foot 3 times.
By the way, shuffling it forward.
She
You're saying
lifted the right foot and placed it down 3 times in a forward direction, kind of pivoting.
Okay, so
She's like spinning almost.
A little bit.
She kind of understands the concept of you lift your foot off the ground.
Oh, yeah.
And put it down.
If you give her a walker, she'll walk, but she just can't do it without leaning on something.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which, by the way, did we fail? Weren't we supposed to have an outcry of changing that rule? Hey, 1 foot down twice should be a catch.
Absolutely.
We saw that happen twice last year, maybe 3 times.
Yeah.
It definitely happened a couple times. That should be a catch. That's 2 feet.
I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but it happened.
1 foot twice should be a catch.
Yep.
And yet we went through the entire offseason and nothing happened.
I don't think it was mentioned.
No. There's
that I
no
ever saw.
momentum for. Why don't we make the same foot twice the same as 2 feet?
Right.
We failed. We blew it.
Well, there's a coach locally who's on the competition committee. Someone get it to him.
Are we allowed to do that? Are we allowed to treat McDermott like our local representative? Sean, here.
Send him letters.
Yeah. If you could bring something to Washington for me, you could bring something to the league office. I'd really like them to discuss the 1 foot 2 times is a catch.
Right.
All right. I'll be sure to. I'm your representative.
Yeah. I'll pass it along.
McDermott just
lobby
says,
for it.
What do you think I am? I got stuff. I got stuff to do. Right. I'd like him to take it to the league if he could. Mm-hmm. Paul Hamilton on the other side will chat about, among other things, development camp. My buddy points out that Rory's 1 step with the same foot 3 times. That's not traveling in basketball, so that's not a walk. That's a great way to look at it.
Because it's only 3 steps.
And you know what? Steratore might have actually said that. Guys actually also referee basketball, and a walk in basketball is 2 feet. Both feet, not just 1. Now you're just pivoting.
But then
maybe she was practicing her post moves.
Yeah.
Anyway,
how many steps though with picking up your dribble? Also,
you just can't move both feet. If you're the dribble would be picked up in this scenario.
Okay, gotcha.
803-0550. Paul Hamilton development camp from Harbor Center, and on we go as the Sabres, the baby Sabres, as some will call them occasionally. You ever do that?
You've
never heard baby Sabres?
The baby Sabes?
Yeah.
Never heard that reference.
I feel like I've heard that.
No.
Anyway.
You just come up with it on your own just now?
It's possible. I don't think so.
I don't think baby Sabres. It would be baby. That's one where you'd go baby Sabres.
Baby Sabres. Why don't you punch it into Twitter, see what you find. If anybody's ever said the phrase, it might turn out some results. Paul next here on WGR. There are definitely limitations, which are to be mentioned and considered often. Will someone extend? Will they waive a no trade? Probably not. But not everybody in the league has a no trade. And identifying young players and identifying the right moves, that's the thing. You probably need a GM that is one of the best to work your way out of this. And that's part of what I thought we'd get into today. Terry Pagula is going to be keyed in on everything that happens. And as Kevin Adams says, I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this. Would you give this guy $33 million in the first 2 years? No. Okay, we can't do that either. What would you like me to do? What are the Sabres' plans to ever get out of this deepest of ruts? It's such a deep rut. As Jay brings up the point about a rebuild, the Twitter account, maybe you follow on Twitter, Sabermetrics, posted pictures from development camp in 2015. It was not at Harbor Center. It was at the arena.
Yes,
and
2015, I think. Yeah, I was there.
Eichel's
wearing number 41.
There were like 15,000 people.
Yes,
for development camp.
Yep, it was the scrimmage for development camp. I was there. It was like almost a full house.
Right.
Yeah.
It was better attended than some games will be this year. The fans. That's 2015. The drought's not that old. They had some suffering, right? We have to embrace some suffering. They had tanked 2 years. We argued about it a lot. But despite what anybody tries to tell you about the fan base being killed by the tank, it was packed. And the rebuild was to be a show. And that fell apart. And the next one, and it's not getting 17,000 fans at the KeyBank Center. I've got a fun little game for you here.
Okay.
It's not really a game so much as I'm just going to read some names to you.
Okay.
Because I'm at puckpd.com and I've got the history of the Sabres signings. I'm going to go for just July signings. All right? Let's just do that. Since Kevin Adams took the job. Right now I'm at Drake Caggiula and Vinny Hinostroza.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah. July signings is what I'm going for because, here we are, free agency. Chase Prisky, Eric Comrie, Cale Clegg, Jeremy Davies, Ilya Labushkin, Malcolm Subban, Hinostroza again, Craig Anderson, Sean Malone.
Sean Malone?
Sean Malone was June. Sorry, that one doesn't count. Sean Malone was June. And then also one last little batch here of July signings. James Reimer, Felix Sandstrom, Mason Jobst, Colton Poolman, and I think that's it. Dennis Gilbert, Jacob Bryson, Abe Kubel, Josh Dunn, Jason Zucker last year, Sam Lafferty, Cale Clegg, Dustin Tokarski, Devin Cooley, Justin Richards, Michael Hauser, Connor Clifton, Eric Johnson, Tyson Jost. Those are your July signings.
What are the July signings right after they missed by 1 point? That's Clifton and Johnson.
Yeah.
And Tyson Jost.
Zucker is the hope here. Find that guy.
Zucker 2.0.
Zucker. Find that guy. Old, and when he signed, that's a little too much, and he must have had not that many other options, and it worked, and he got extended.
Yeah.
So,
and was willing to.
That's right. That's right. Signed a 2-year extension.
It is free agency day in the NHL. 12 o'clock noon, official start time for signings. Although a lot of players are staying put. Florida gets to keep Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand. Ekblad staying for 8 years, $6.1 million. Marchand, at 37 years old, is signing a 6-year deal, $5.25 million per. That deal is front-loaded, it appears, with a $1 million base salary at the end. So Marchand playing the entirety of that 6-year deal seems unlikely. Mitch Marner is going to go to Vegas to sign and trade between the Leafs and the Golden Knights. Nicholas Roy, a role player, is expected to go back to the Leafs. 8-year deal, $12 million per, is expected between Marner and the Golden Knights. Patrick Kane signing a 1-year deal to extend in Detroit. $3 million. Elliot Friedman says that the Sabres are the expected destination for goaltender Alex Lyon. Lyon started 69 games the last 2 years for Detroit, and then before that for Florida. Won an important game against the Sabres at the end of their 23 season. In the NFL, Dolphins trade Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh for safety Minkah Fitzpatrick. And the Steelers are also keeping a giant chunk of Ramsey's big contract. And at Wimbledon, Jessie Pegula finds herself down, lost the first set in her first-round match, and is currently trailing in the second set, 4-3 to Elisa Cacciaretto from Italy. That's currently on ESPN. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mr. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Wester Hotline. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. When it comes to Sabres development camp, he's going to give us the rundown, and also July 1st, unrestricted free agency here as we get rolling in the NHL. A lot of movement yesterday, Paul, and today could see obviously quite a bit more. But Paul, you've often referred to it as silly season. It feels like the market itself is maybe not that primed to get silly. We might see silly contracts, though, because teams have a lot of money to spend and maybe not that many prime players to spend it on.
Yeah, well, a lot of the free agents are gone. I mean, you look at a list. I mean, Besser's still there. Ehlers is still there. If we're talking about forwards, other than that, it's pretty much dried up. I mean, a lot of teams have done their thing, either re-signed people or, in Marner's case, signed them and traded them, and so a lot of it has been done. The goaltender thing, Alex Lyon, trying to deal with what Elliot Friedman was saying, and he's a career .902 save percentage. His save percentage, not last year, was but with the Red Wings before, it's been over 900. In 2023-4, 904. With the Florida Panthers, it was only 15 games, but it was 914. So he really didn't get an opportunity to start playing games all that much until the 2023-24 season with the Red Wings. I mean, he was, 15 games in 1 year, 2 games the next year, 6. So he really didn't play a lot in the NHL until the last 2 years with the Detroit Red Wings.
Yep. Would you be surprised? I guess you're not surprised, Paul, that they would add a guy would peg more for the NHL than someone that's maybe more for the AHL?
At goal?
In goal.
No, I think it's something they've needed. We talked about it, that it just going into the season with 2 young goaltenders, I just don't think is the thing to do here, especially when you just have to make the playoffs. So I think you need to bring somebody in that you can count on. Maybe you're going to start with Luukkonen as your starter, but if it doesn't work out, you got to change it fast. You can't go with it for 2 months and be in the middle of a 13-game losing streak or something like that. If you see that he hasn't really improved or gotten better, you got to have a guy you can throw in net and take over. And I think James Reimer is just even if he does decide to keep playing hockey, is just 38 years old isn't going to cut it. Alex Lyon's 32 years old, but in December he'll be 33. And as I said, the last couple of years has played some games. I mean, he's played 74 games in the last couple of years. So, and actually has a winning record. As I said, a save percentage in 2023-24 that 900 used to be, well, that's not very good. It should be up around 915, 920, but it's not that way anymore. Save percentages have come down in the NHL.
So on that, it's a very limited list now, Paul, of what's available. So, like you mentioned, Ehlers and Besser, Mikkel Granlund, Jonathan Drouin, then you're getting pretty thin. What do you?
Drouin, I don't think that's not. I wouldn't go after Jonathan Drouin.
Okay, but either way, like the free agent forwards that's what's available.
Yeah.
Would you think the Sabres will try to sign one of those bigger names for a long-term deal? You think it might be more likely that there's a Jason Zucker move, similar 1 year, something short-term that they'll be looking at?
Well, they should absolutely try. I mean, what's the worst they can say? They can say no, we're not coming to Buffalo. So, yes, they should try. But it's a hard sell to come to Buffalo. I mean, you may have to look at find a guy like Zucker who was willing to come here and one of the lesser names, and is willing to stay here, re-signed for 2 years after being here for a year. So yeah, I think that's probably it'll wind up because we've known all along. Anytime we've said the names, that, well, we understand that their first reaction is we don't want to come to Buffalo. Ehlers, last year, that's one of the targeted that the Sabres had. Wasn't going to work out. I mean, was he not willing to sign a long-term deal with the Buffalo Sabres once he got to Buffalo? That's the thing that could have held that thing up. So. That's part of it too. That all right. Well, you've already dealt with it once. Why would he have changed his mind this year?
Paul, that's one thing we talked about a little bit in the first hour. That on some level, Terry Pegula, Kevin Adams, Jarmo Kekalainen, like Jarmo's here for the first time, so maybe he's been told about how difficult it is to get guys and how extensions are not going to be signed, and players out there don't have a lot of faith, and maybe. I don't know, I'm just kind of dreaming and writing some fan fiction here. But maybe Jarmo says something to the effect of, are we ever going to do anything about that? Are we? And you could say win, and that'll fix that. But you might have to actually approach things differently. You might have to say, okay, he doesn't have an extension in place. We have to do it anyway. Because the only way to ever actually change this is to get to the playoffs. If they brought in 2 or 3 guys that they weren't sure were going to extend, and then all of a sudden finish 7th, they might find that one of those guys might extend, or some other free agent might treat the organization as a serious operation where they could build something. And I feel like living in this little purgatory of, well, no one can come here and no one will extend, so we have to keep doing the same thing is just going to continue to lead to these exact same scenarios.
Yeah, well, what you have to do is severely overpay somebody so they will come. That the money is just too good to pass up. And they thought, well, it helps that Tage Thompson scored the golden goal. Not that people in the NHL don't know Tage Thompson, but that gives you a little bit of fresh look at, cool. Did you see what he did in the World Championships? He scored some overtime goals. That wasn't the only overtime goal he scored. And it was a key part of Team USA, leading them to the gold medal. And, you have to be pretty sure you can tell player A that Alex Tuch, has a good chance of coming back here. And, there's a solid foundation. And then, of course, you're going to push the Rasmus Dahlin part of it, what he has been able to do with a team that's not very good. And, so those are the things I think that you have to push. But it's going to have to be a severe overpayment of money without question to even, get somebody to say, hey, this is an up-and-coming team and this is a team that, maybe we'd like to be a part of.
Qualifying offers went out for a number of players. No qualifying offer to Jacob Bernard-Docker, which is a bit of a head-scratcher.
Well, I wonder how much Lindy Ruff had to do with that, because Lindy Ruff has more of a say in roster construction and how rosters are. Maybe he has a different vision of what he'd like to see in that position. Maybe he saw something different than we did for what he wants in a defenseman. So, that could have been something that he said, I really don't have a spot for him, or I'd like so-and-so, which would be a better position for that. So it's possible that. The other thing that's possible is before free agency starts, they could sign him to a new contract.
Mm-hmm.
They did that with Jost, where they did not qualify him, and the next day they signed him. So that's a possibility. Is what they could have in mind here also.
Would you be open to him coming back? Would you think that's a good idea? To me, letting him walk for absolutely nothing would be silly. I mean, even if you qualify him, it's near the minimum salary in the NHL, so it's not expensive. Just have a guy in your system somewhere and send him off for a 4th or 5th round pick, which isn't much. But would you think that? What do you think is more likely, that they say no thanks, it didn't work out in that short period of time? He comes over from the Cousins trade. We saw more of Jacob Bernard-Docker than we ever saw Josh Norris. Would you be surprised if he is gone or if he is re-signed?
Well, the other thing that could be in play here is they could be making room for Ryan Johnson, who turned into a shutdown-type defenseman in Rochester last year. And they might want him in that spot, which is another thing I was thinking about as I thought about the whole thing. He also is a restricted free agent who was qualified, so and Lindy Ruff knows what Ryan Johnson can bring to the table, so that might be a possibility. But at the end of the day, if you're a good team, what we're talking about is your number 6 or 7 or number 8 defenseman. So I don't know. I understand what you're saying. And I just think there's a lot of hand-wringing over a number 6, 7, 8 guy. And as I said, Lindy might want Ryan Johnson in that spot instead.
Just real quick, I think the hand-wringing might be more about the second-round pick, because they threw that in with Cousins for Norris. Is that not a good deal, kind of straight up? And the two other pieces involved are Jacob Bernard-Docker in a second.
Well, I don't think the defenseman had anything to do with the second-round pick. I think the idea is Norris is considered a little bit better player than Cousins is, and that's what the second-round pick is about. I don't think it had anything to do with Bernard-Docker.
Do you feel like, Paul, their blue line is done? That if a Byram trade is to come, that the roster the way it is now is largely what it will be, or could you still see them doing something on whatever level that would be today or in a trade to kind of replace Byram? Or do you think, again, they think they have that in-house?
I could see them trading Samuelson away. I'm not predicting it, but I could see it. I could see that happening. So, no, I don't think it's all set, but I could see that happening. I could see, Adams talked about it on Saturday when it comes to Byram, that it sounds like maybe it could be maybe a 1-year deal that he gets if the trade market just isn't what the Buffalo Sabres want. And just because you sign him to a 1 or 2 year deal doesn't mean you're not going to trade him. You still can trade him. All that does is to tell the other team what they'll be paying him, at least for a year or two, if that's what you happen to do to keep him around. Or if he understands that, look, the trade market for what we wanted to get for you right now is not there, he might be willing to sign the 1 year deal, and he also might want to see what the Sabres are going to be like in this year. All right, you've told me what your plan is. Let's see what your plan, how it works out. Let's play. And, yeah, I'll play with Darlene, for a year. And, at the end of the year, we'll do this again and see what happens. And, all right, you've told me what you want to do. Show me.
Do you almost feel like that would be a part of it, the conversation, with if they were to come to terms or to start talking about a 1 year deal, because I think we know that Byram wants a bigger role, or at least a large enough role if it's going to be here or elsewhere, that there would be a conversation of, hey, like, we'll do this for another year, and you're going to play with Rasmus. Like, we're not going to stick you on the third pair and play you 15 minutes a night.
Right. And the only thing he might not be happy with is he doesn't get power play time unless Dahlin or Power get injured. But he's going to be out there in key situations. He's going to play a lot of minutes. He probably 20 to 24 minutes in a game, depending on, how long Dahlin plays in the game. So, he will be out on a penalty kill, so he'll get those minutes. So he'll be out there in key situations if he's Dahlin's partner. He just, unless there's an injury, won't get much power play time.
It is kind of funny, Paul, that the Byram conversation always is around he wants a bigger role. And I know this is only true because Dahlin got hurt last year, but Byram did play the most minutes on the team last year. But it's still, right, it's about power play too, right? And it's that there are points there that help you get a contract, and it's tough. I mean, even Dahlin doesn't put up 60, 70 even strength points a season. If you don't get power play time, it's hard to put up 60, 70 points and get that $9+ million a year contract.
You're right. No, and that's part of playing a lot and being out there in all key situations is to get that power play time. And he certainly wasn't going to get in Colorado with Makar. And it doesn't look like, he's going to get it here either if he stays. But he is going to be out there, again, with Dahlin in key minutes, in key situations, playing at the end of games and those types of situations.
Paul Hamilton joining us, talking about Sabres free agency potentially and trade chatter. Paul, how about development camp? Radamurka rolls out in number 57. Visions of a former very large puck-handling defenseman from a long time ago.
Yeah, that made me laugh when I saw they gave him Tyler Myers' sweater. So that was apropos. I mean, I go, yeah, all right, that's cool. And, to see him there. And so, yeah, it's fewer guys. There's only 8 forwards in camp. The last couple of years they've reduced it. They haven't made the Amherst come back after playoffs. And I think all those guys have been to development camp before. I'm pretty sure. So it's not like they haven't been there before, haven't done it before. They're not as it used to be. Sometimes you'd be in development camp for 3 years. It doesn't seem like that's happening anymore unless you're a goaltender. So it might be Scott Ratzlaff's third appearance here, I think, maybe. But the other ones, the only Amherst here is the guy they signed out of college, Tyler Koff, and the rest of them, Hellenius, Ostlund. But they'll be here, and I'm sure they'll play in the Prospects Challenge in September. And I think they've changed their mind on what's important. It's like, okay, you had a run with the Amherst, you need your time off, and then you need to get going and start training again. And I think they feel that's more important for some of those guys who have been through it before, played with the Amherst. So, the 2 Russian defensemen, Hellenius, all those guys, aren't here for it.
Yeah.
Paul, do you have a thought on some of the early signings in the league? And also, I don't know, how much of a story right now is the cap circumvention stuff? Because there's a lot out there that the league wants to maybe crack down on that. And I don't know if this is the part they want to crack down on, but Vegas maybe leaning on Pietrangelo a little bit so they can get him on LTIR and get Marner. Marchand signing a deal that I think Florida knows he will not see the end of.
37 years old, he gets a 6-year deal, so
right,
and it's front-loaded.
I think they know he'll be retired, or maybe he'll be LTIR for half of that. So I don't know. How do you view some of these, playing with the cap type deals early on?
Well, I think the NHL has to figure it out so the teams aren't hiding players until the playoffs, and like Vegas and Tampa and the teams that do it all the time. I believe Pietrangelo is injured. I don't think they're playing games there. It seems like a very serious injury for him, and something that probably, it sounds like he's going to end his career. So that this is more of a retirement than anything else. But I don't know if you can say that with some of the other injuries that over the years that they've been able to put on long-term IR, and then all of a sudden, well, here we are. It's the playoffs. Come on out, guys. You can play. Or Kucherov with Tampa Bay, or, the names go on and on and on. So, yeah, it is a problem in the NHL, and it's something that, they have to figure out with a solution that is going to work, because it's, quite honestly, it's just not fair. Maybe they are breaking the rules because you don't know exactly how hurt the guy is. In the regular season, really good teams use the regular season as an 82-game preseason, getting ready for the playoffs. So as long as you're in the playoffs, it's like, okay, yeah, we can do without player A for X amount of games. As we're going to be in the playoffs, and we can have these players here because we can keep this player on long-term IR and then pull them off when the playoffs start, and away we go. And that's the kind of garbage that they have to figure out.
Isn't the simplest solution just make teams be cap compliant in the playoffs? I guess I don't know why they don't have that in the first place.
You could just do the team that's on the ice has to be cap compliant. That's a pretty easy fix.
No, absolutely. But they have to, they have to get that into the CBA and make it so it's not so easy for teams to be able to do that. And isn't that typical NHL though? You have a salary cap until the most important part of the season comes.
And then poof, it goes away.
And then you don't have a salary cap. And I scratch my head going, really? But yeah, that's right. It's the NHL, so I guess, that makes sense.
That's not like them to not think of things.
That's the only reason it makes sense, because it's the NHL.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number. Paul Hamilton. If you hear anything you want to jump on, we've got an open segment next. Paul, thanks very much on the update on development camp, and we'll give you a call if, of course, anything happens in free agency or trade.
Yeah, folks planning on coming down. It's 9 o'clock today.
Okay.
Obviously, because of free agency, they want to get this on the ice, off the ice, and get people into the rooms they need to be in when free agency starts at noon.
Very good. Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
When we get back, a projected contract number for Alex Lyon, one of the Sabres' potential targets, someone they've been linked to. Elliot Friedman says he could be an idea, and it would just basically be a Reimer replacement for more money and more term. But I think it's a fine idea. And also, when we get back, does anybody else have an idea of how to actually get out of this without just saying just win? How do you really get out of it? How do you get to just win? When will the Sabres treat it like getting out of it is important? Because, man, it really does feel like they're kind of in a different league than some of these other teams. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. There are definitely limitations, which are to be mentioned and considered often. Will someone extend? Will they waive a no trade? Probably not. But not everybody in the league has a no trade. And identifying young players and identifying the right moves, that's the thing. You probably need a GM that is one of the best to work your way out of this. And that's part of what I thought we'd get into today. Terry Pegula is going to be keyed in on everything that happens. And as Kevin Adams says, I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this. Would you give this guy $33 million in the first 2 years? No. Okay, we can't do that either. What would you like me to do? What are the Sabres' plans to ever get out of this deepest of ruts? It's such a deep rut. As Jay brings up the point about a rebuild, the Twitter account, maybe you follow on Twitter, Sabermetrics, posted pictures from development camp in 2015. It was not at Harbor Center. It was at the arena.
Yes, and 2015, I think. Yeah, I was there.
Eichel's
wearing number 41.
There were 15,000 people.
Yes,
for development camp.
Yep, it was the scrimmage for development camp. I was there. It was almost a full house.
Right. Yeah. It was better attended than some games will be this year. The fans. That's 2015. The drought's not that old. They had some suffering, right? We have to embrace some suffering. They had tanked 2 years. We argued about it a lot. But despite what anybody tries to tell you about the fan base being killed by the tank, it was packed. And the rebuild was to be a show. And that fell apart. And the next one, and it was not getting 17,000 fans at the KeyBank Center. Vegas goes out and gets Marner.
Yeah.
Vegas is the team, and this is not just a Sabres point, Vegas is the team you want your team to be.
Yes.
Right? How many teams wish their team was Vegas and the way that they operate? Is it 30 other markets?
I think almost all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
They came in the league and they dunked on all the GMs in the expansion draft, where a series of they made side deals.
Yeah.
Right? Because all these teams are like, oh, man, look at this. They're going to take a player. Let me give them another player to take a different player. Vegas made fools of the entire league and me because I thought they wouldn't make the playoffs. And they made the cup final. And ever since then, they've been just operating like, who cares about draft picks? We're going to go get great players. We're going to get all the best players. We're going to trade our picks all the time. We're going to have the Rams model. Bleep them picks. Here's Vegas going out for Marner. They tampered with Marner. Oh, sorry about that. You want a player? Here,
Right.
Here, Toronto.
For a year, by the way. Jesse Pegula is out in the first round at Wimbledon. She was a big favorite in the first round and was upset by Italy's Elisa Cocciaretto. So her tournament is over. Number one seed in the men's side, Jannik Sinner, plays in about a half hour, his first match. Novak Djokovic plays a little bit later, 10:50. It's free agency day in the NHL. Mitch Marner is going to the Vegas Golden Knights in a sign-and-trade. It'll be an 8-year deal, $12 million per. Florida keeps both Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand. Ekblad on an 8-year deal for $6.1 million. Marchand on a 6-year deal for $5.25 million. Patrick Kane expected to stay in Detroit on a 1-year contract. And Elliot Friedman says that the Sabres are the expected destination for free agent goalie Alex Lyon. In the NFL, Dolphins trade tight end Jonnu Smith and cornerback Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh for safety Minkah Fitzpatrick. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Shuttle. Back out for a shot by Ekholm. Missed the net. Ahead for Marchand. Moving in on Skinner. Marchand it's in. He scores. Marchand wins game 2 for the Panthers in double overtime.
Back in Florida, Brad Marchand. 6 years at age 37 for him. Good for
Yep.
Good for Florida. Good for Florida. Ekblad's back. Bennett's back. Marchand back.
They kept the whole thing together.
Yep.
All of it. Reinhart last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at their future list of contracts, nobody needs a contract. Except Bobrovsky's got 1 year left, and he's 37. So, goalie decision, but here's when their guys are signed through. Barkov, 2030. Kachuk, 2030. Reinhart, 2032. Bennett, 2033. Verhaeghe, 2033. Marchand, 2031. Lundell, 2030. The only guys that aren't are Rodriguez and Lutzerainen, who have 2-year deals. Seth Jones, 2030. Ekblad, 2033. Forsling, 2032. Like, it's all staying together for a long time. The cap's going up.
That's right. They'll have room to add more. Talk plenty of NHL offseason here with free agency underway in the NHL. Elliot Friedman reporting the Sabres. A likely landing spot for Alex Lyon is the Sabres. He is a goaltender who would basically pop into the Reimer spot. I think it's a fine idea. It's nothing that's going to be too incredible, but he's a guy that's played games in the league. He's been a plus in goals saved above expected the last couple seasons. And saw one projection would be like 3 years, 3.2 per.
3 years, huh?
Yeah. So,
wow.
We'll see.
All right.
We talked about Levi's development. That can be somewhat of a blockage for Levi. But again, a guy that's making 5, a guy that's making 3, a team that has a goalie that's better than that on the farm gets that guy in, doesn't worry about it.
Really, that is isn't a normal team. This would be true of, Paul mentioned Ryan Johnson. There's other guys down in the AHL would be the same thing. Isn't the way to do it, if you're a serious team, to say, we are going to plan as though you are not arriving this year, and if you do, awesome. If you make it look like it's undeniable that, if it's Levi, you're one of our 2 best goalies. If it's some defenseman in the AHL, like, you're one of our best 6. If you're Oslin, like, okay, you're something. Second, third line guy. It's got to be undeniable for me to actually put you in the NHL, and then I'll figure it out after. Rather than going into the year, writing it down in your lineup, like, okay, this guy's going to take a step and he's going to be in the lineup. Isn't that how a normal team would do it, or a serious team would do it?
Yep.
Like, okay, if you show up, Devin Levi, and you're awesome at any point, then we will manage the roster and we'll move a guy off, or we'll waive a guy, whatever. But we're not crossing that bridge until it actually, you drive up to it. That's what a serious team does.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out if.
It seems like it's pretty
a serious team, but.
Friedman just dropped a whole new list of where guys are going and whatever. He wrote like player by player, like Mikael Granlund, a lot of St. Louis noise. Corey Perry, Philadelphia believed to be the favorite. And then it gets to Alex Lyon, just Buffalo. That's it. Just one word. Alex Lyon, Buffalo.
Okay.
He's going to Buffalo.
It's also Bobby Bonilla Day.
Good.
You know Bobby Bonilla Day?
It's more than $1 million, isn't it?
He gets $1.193 million.
Okay.
Every July 1st until 2035.
Okay.
Do you know?
Wow, there's 10 more years of that?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was that much longer.
So the best part of it was if anybody else in the world can ever get as good a deal as Bobby Bonilla, I mean, you can't do as good as this. They were trying to buy him out. In 2000, the Mets agreed to buy out the remaining $5.9 million on his contract. But instead of paying Bonilla $5.9 million, they agreed to make annual payments of $1.2 for 25 years. Imagine just anybody on earth. Listen, I owe you $6 million. If instead of giving you $6 million, what if I gave you 30?
Yeah.
All right. Fine. Deal. And negotiated 8% interest as well. So, yeah.
So it grows every year?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a good
Incredible.
deal.
Bobby Bonilla Day.
And he can just kick his feet back and get that check every year. Today was also Christian Ehrhoff Day, I think, until last year. I think he was still getting a check from the Sabres, but I think that finally ended 1 year ago. There's a couple of those still in the NHL. Like I think Rick DiPietro still gets paid by the Islanders.
He signed a 15-year contract way back when.
And they bought him out pretty early in it,
Yeah.
I think. I think Breeze Galoff still gets paid by the Flyers. Like there's another couple big ones. I don't think any that go that long, though. 10 more years like Bonilla.
Yeah.
I mean, Ehrhoff was a 14-year buyout.
That DiPietro deal.
Actually, maybe his is still going then.
When did he sign that? Because he ultimately gets hurt, right, and is not able to continue to play. That's what happens?
I believe so.
Because he retires at age 31. And by then, in his last 5 seasons, DiPietro played fewer than 10 games.
Right.
So there's injuries and issues. If he had played the length of that contract, there would have been some sort of standoff. Because didn't he get $3 million a year for 15 years?
That sounds right. Sounds close to it.
It was a visionary of a deal by the Islanders. And for that matter, the Sabres paying Ehrhoff 4 for 40.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 10 years.
10
was also
40 total.
A wonderfully good visionary contract.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And Ehrhoff was good.
That also is kind of a deal of, how old is Ehrhoff when they sign him? Is he 29 or 28 something? Like, when you sign him, it's kind of like the Marchand deal, though not as extreme, where you sign a guy to such a long-term deal, you have a pretty good idea. He's probably not seeing the end of this contract. Mm-hmm. But what are you doing? You're finding a way to pay the guy more money without having a super high cap hit, because then you probably were planning on spending to the cap. But again, that's such a different era of that is Darcy's still the GM and the chains are off now and go spend. And what do you do when you spend? You get creative with contracts.
He was 30 when they signed him.
Okay, so
roughly 30.
They probably knew he's not seeing the whole 10 years of that deal.
29. Yeah.
Like you would have got lucky if he was playing for you till 40.
How many years did he see? 3.
Was that all it was?
It's only 3. Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
It is incredible. It's incredible. And also,
especially since he wasn't bad.
No, he was very good.
He was good. He just couldn't hit the net with a slap shot. But he was good.
It always bothered me that like Ehrhoff and Leno got packaged together because Leno was terrible and Ehrhoff was good. And it was the moral of the story is like, oh, remember the Ehrhoff and Leno debacle? No, it was only the Leno debacle.
Yeah, I think the only thing it really ever was about Ehrhoff is people got annoyed that he had this monster slap shot and he just never hit the net. But whatever. Everything else was really good. Like really good. And he played more years in the league after that. The other thing was that maybe did the Sabres not do it if it was a compliance buyout, right? You had like 2 of them. You could buy them out without any cap ramifications at all. So that might have, that might have pushed them into it a little bit more than anybody else.
So they paid Ehrhoff $12 million over 14 years as a result of the buyout.
Okay, yeah.
So
$800,000 a year.
Sure. $12 million over 14 years.
So that is still going then. If it was 14 years from
that is
2014?
From 2012. It's 2014.
So he's probably got 3 more checks.
The thing I remember about that was the Sabres bought him out instead of trading him for something of like you could have traded him. But they were afraid of the cap recapture penalty.
Oh.
Because if he had retired...
Hold on, I forgot about that.
In a very specific scenario, they would have been hit with a very big cap hit, which, looking back, I don't think it would have bothered them at all.
No, they might have preferred it.
Right. And instead of... You have a top 4 defenseman making $4 million on a long-term deal, and instead of saying, well, we're going to trade him because we're going to rebuild here, they just got rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
For free. There. All right. There's a great contract, a good defenseman on an incredible contract you will love, but we're afraid he'll retire in one tiny window of a year, so we'll just take the hit for 14 years. That was a mistake.
That is an offseason where, that's the offseason everybody wants now, right? Not to say everything really went well. Not even the Leno part, but the Ehrhoff part, which is... You traded for his rights, right? So, let's go be aggressive. Mm-hmm. Let's go trade an asset just to talk to the guy. And then oh, he's going to be a tough nut to crack, right? Islanders tried to do it before the Sabres wouldn't do it. I want to go to July 1st. The Sabres do the same thing. What do they have to give him? They have to give him a decade-long contract, but they found a way to get the deal done by being creative / aggressive with the player. Is that not the same offseason where, again, not a star player, but Robin Regehr tells them no, and the owner and the GM fly out to Western Canada to convince the guy to come?
Yeah.
I think part of the frustration with the Sabres, part of it, I think this is the smaller part than winning, part of it is, where's that? Where's that? Where is this, desperation to get good and to be like that, where, oh, the guy told us no, we're flying out to convince him. Or this guy's going to be tough to sign, we'll give him 10 years because it's a little Vegas-y, a little bit. We're pushing in and we're going after these guys and we're not afraid of being told no. And they just don't act like that at all anymore. Or if they do a good job keeping it under wraps. And I don't know why you would want to keep that under wraps. I think the fans want to see even the effort, even if it isn't a failing, result. They want to see the effort.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. A little bit on the Dolphins-Steelers trade as well. More on that coming up at 9 o'clock. I saw Andrew Filipponi, our buddy in Pittsburgh. You know how one thing we know about the Bills is that they are favored in every game this year?
Yes. Yep.
So the Steelers, do you know how many games they are favored in starting the year?
9, because it's always their record. 9 would be my guess.
Fewer. They are favored in 6 games. That's it.
With 2 of those would be against Cleveland?
They are
in
favored,
their own division?
Yes, that's right. Against the Browns twice. They are favored week 1 at the Jets. They are favored to beat the Jets, Seahawks, Browns, Colts, Dolphins, and Browns. That's where they are favorites. Despite
favored against the Broncos, huh?
How whatever. The lines don't have to be right and expectations can change, but the story yesterday was how the Steelers are going, and I've said to you, I think they should do this because it's Rodgers for 1 year. All in, baby, all in. The sky's the limit for this team. They are underdogs 11 times.
Yeah.
Out of 17 games. Okay. All in. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
Do they, real quick, do you have their schedule up?
Pittsburgh?
I can pull it up.
I looked at it yesterday.
Do they have a tough start?
No.
They don't? Okay.
It's not that bad of a start. It's a tough finish.
Because the start, and again, they have some big personalities in there. If you get off to a really bad start, that's when things would go off the rails.
They start Jets, Seahawks, Patriots, Steelers, Browns.
That's pretty easy.
It's not that bad.
That should be a winning record.
Vikings, I said Steelers. Jets, Seahawks, Patriots, Vikings, Browns.
All the same. That should be a winning record.
And then from there, Bengals, Packers, Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Bears, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Lions.
Tougher.
Yeah, a lot tougher.
Tougher after the start.
They're favored in 6 games. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550. What happened a year ago? What did Kevin Adams say a year ago that someone on Twitter wanted me to go find? Well, I'll play that for you. If I can find it in the course of this break, it's a 22-minute press conference from a year ago today. I got to find it in this next break. Ready? Go. I accept the challenge. I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older. Mm-hmm. And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but Can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see. There are definitely limitations, which are to be mentioned and considered often. Will someone extend? Will they waive a no trade? Probably not. But not everybody in the league has a no trade. And identifying young players and identifying the right moves, that's the thing. You probably need a GM that is one of the best to work your way out of this. And that's part of what I thought we'd get into today. You know, Terry Pegula is going to be keyed in on everything that happens. And as Kevin Adams says, I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this. Would you give this guy $33 million in the first 2 years? No. Okay, we can't do that either. What would you like me to do? What are the Sabres' plans to ever get out of this deepest of ruts? It's such a deep rut. As Jay brings up the point about a rebuild, the Twitter account, maybe you follow on Twitter, Sabermetrics, posted pictures from development camp in 2015. It was not at Harbor Center. It was at the arena.
Yes,
and
2015, I think. Yeah, I was there.
Eichel's
wearing number 41.
There were like 15,000 people.
Yes,
for development camp.
Yep, it was the scrimmage for development camp. I was there. It was like almost a full house.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was better attended than some games will be this year. The fans, that's 2015. The drought's not that old. They had some suffering, right? We have to embrace some suffering. They had tanked 2 years. We argued about it a lot. But despite what anybody tries to tell you about the fan base being killed by the tank, it was packed. And the rebuild was to be a show. And that fell apart. And the next one is not getting 17,000 fans at the KeyBank Center.
you look for players that want to win. So it's a natural question. Where do I fit? Am I going to win in the place that I'm going? If they have the choice, if they're unrestricted free agents. So, yeah, that matters. But, I want players to want to be here. And players that give me a quick, I'm not sure I want to be a Sabre because of whatever, then we move on to the next. I don't even give it a second thought. Yeah, it doesn't even really faze me in terms of any of that type of stuff. But, yeah, of course, there's always going to be part of that. We have to hold up our end of the bargain here and win more hockey games, become a playoff team that's year after year there. But we're on that journey now, and that's where we need to take a step, and we need to do it this year.
As 1 year ago today, Kevin Adams on July 1st, 2024, the start of free agency, with a tough one about, hey, they not sure they want to be a Sabre. I move on and don't give it a second thought. I don't know. That's his letting us know his approach 1 year ago today.
That is basically to say you don't even try to convince.
Don't give it a second thought. That's one of the points I made to Paul about Jarmo. Like, can Jarmo Kekalainen, if he's Zoom calling in, can Eric Stahl also, right, another advisor here, give the old, hey, we should care if guys don't want to come here. You say you don't give it a second thought. Give it a second thought. Give it a third thought. Give it 1,000 thoughts.
Right.
Because that's your job is to fix that. It's your 6th offseason. It's your job to fix that. And it comes down to winning games. Yes, it comes down to a lot of things, though. And, I remember that comment from a year ago. Somebody pointed out that he had said that a year ago, went back and found it at the NHL website. And that is a tough one. That it really is. Jarmo, isn't the whole idea that one of the reasons the Sabres signing of Jarmo as a senior advisor is good is because he convinced people to go to Columbus?
Right.
I don't know if Johnny Gaudreau rolled out of bed that morning thinking Columbus is right for him, but he got convinced.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Mario Williams thought Buffalo was right for him, but they kept him in town for a couple days. He saw a deer and he became convinced.
Right. How much convincing does it take? For some guys, it might take some convincing.
I mean, a lot
did
of things...
Did Mario Williams think he was going to be a Bill that season before he was about to be a free agent?
No
Or did
idea.
it just kind of happen?
Yeah, maybe just kind of happened. And did Jason Zucker think he was going to be here for 3 years? I mean, he signed for 1 and then along the way got convinced to stay. Like, the idea that any sort of, hesitation would indicate, I have no idea. It's a really tough one.
Like, that is the comment that I think drives people crazy. Because it is one thing to strike out time after time after time, but there's another level of frustration when your fans feel like you're not even swinging at the pitch. And that is kind of what the vibe is right now, right? That they're just watching the ball go down the plate, not even swinging at it. And that, I think, is an extra layer. Because I think the attitude for most would be, if the GM can't get stuff like that done or can't even try to convince players like that to come here, then maybe that's a part of the problem of getting players to come here, and you need someone else running the organization.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to happen this year.
Nope.
We'll see if they can get anybody. Alex Lyon has been linked. Saw someone suggest Nate Schmidt, the Panthers defenseman. He's an older veteran defenseman who's a good shutdown. Like, could that be a great idea for your partner for power if it's not going to be Kesselring? Like, you want
to sign Corey Perry? Automatic berth in the Stanley Cup final?
Yeah.
He's 40. Brock Besser, by the way, Elliot Friedman wrote in his 32 Thoughts this morning early that Brock Besser is the only guy not afraid of the cold, with some possibilities: Winnipeg, Edmonton, if the Oilers can create room, Boston. He also writes San Jose needs players.
You can just start listing the cold teams and not...
That's funny.
What was that? I thought you were going to give us something there.
No, sorry.
And Buffalo.
No, I was leading to San Jose needs to hit the salary cap floor. Someone's going to benefit. Could be Besser. Sorry to mislead
you just
anybody.
Set us up like that. Was I the only one that was like, oh, okay, we're going to get a second rumor here?
No, I mean cold.
It is
cold. That's fine. Like, we fit that description.
It's 8 a.m.
Which is not one of the top 3.
It's 8 a.m. I have one rumor. Rumor.
Lyon.
Alex Lyon. That's it.
Which, by the way, everyone that's yelling tampering out there right now about players, isn't Alex Lyon coming to Buffalo the same thing? How do they know Alex Lyon's coming to Buffalo? Technically, they shouldn't have talked yet.
Well, it's today.
Everybody does it. Don't worry. Don't scream tampering.
Yeah, maybe.
Unless it's a year in advance, like in Vegas' case. That's a little bit different. Because if they're actively recruiting him during the season, I think that's when tampering is like really tampering.
That's fine, too. Didn't the Bucs...
That's fine.
I mean, remember Brady was actively taking job interviews while he was playing for the Patriots?
Yeah, they took but they took the Dolphins' first-round pick away for that. Mm-hmm. And Brady actually probably lost a minority ownership stake in the Dolphins, and
he got a minority ownership stake in the Raiders.
There was a lot of consequences. I forgot the name of the number 2 owner in Miami, but he had a direct pathway to take over for Stephen Ross after that. And after that scandal happened, the NFL basically took it away from him. So that dude was going to own the Dolphins one day, and now he's not because of that scandal.
And he's broke. No.
Probably not that.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Happy free agency opening day. Yeah. All right. Alex Lyon, we'll see if it gets...
it's going to go great.
If it happens anywhere.
It's going to go great.
I've got a fun little game for you here.
Okay.
It's not really a game so much as I'm just going to read some names to you.
Okay.
Because I'm at puckpd.com and I've got the history of the Sabres signings. I'm going to go for just July signings. Mm-hmm. All right? Let's just do that. Since Kevin Adams took the job. Right now I'm at Drake Caggiula and Vinny Hinostroza.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah. July signings is what I'm going for because, here we are, free agency. Chase Prisky, Eric Comrie, Cale Clegg, Jeremy Davies, Ilya Labushkin, Malcolm Subban, Hinostroza again, Craig Anderson, Sean Malone.
Uh-huh. Sean Malone?
Sean Malone was June. Sorry, that one doesn't count. Sean Malone was June. And then also one last little batch here of July signings. James Reimer, Felix Sandstrom, Mason Jobst, Colton Poolman, and I think that's it. Dennis Gilbert, Jacob Bryson, Abe Kubel, Josh Dunn, Jason Zucker last year, Sam Lafferty, Cale Clegg, Dustin Tokarski, Devin Cooley, Justin Richards, Michael Hauser, Connor Clifton, Eric Johnson, Tyson Jost. Those are your July signings.
What are the July signings right after they missed by 1 point? That's Clifton and Johnson.
Yeah.
And Tyson Jost.
Zucker is the hope here. Find that guy.
Zucker 2.0.
Zucker. Find that guy. Old, and when he signed, that's a little too much, and he must have had not that many other options, and it worked, and he got extended.
Yeah.
So...
and was willing to.
That's right. That's right. Signed a 2-year extension. I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older. Mm-hmm. And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see.
July 1st, free agency day in the NHL. There's one reported Sabres signing coming so far. Noon is the start. It is goalie Alex Lyon. Elliot Friedman reports that the Sabres are the likely destination for Lyon, who is 33 years old. Last couple of seasons, he played with the Detroit Red Wings, was with the Florida Panthers the year before that. And Lyon to Buffalo is what Friedman has right now. 32 years old, by the way, for Lyon. He'll be 33 during the season. Elsewhere around the NHL, Mitch Marner is going to Vegas in a sign-and-trade. It's going to be an 8-year deal worth $12 million per year for Marner. Patrick Kane is staying in Detroit on a 1-year extension. Ivan Provorov, who was one of the top defensemen, goes for 7 years, $8.5 million, staying in Columbus. Florida keeps both Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand. Ekblad on an 8-year deal, Marchand on a 6-year deal. At Wimbledon, Jesse Pegula was upset this morning in the first round by Italy's Elisa Cocciaretto. Pegula was obviously a huge favorite going into today, and she is done at Wimbledon. Men's number 1 seed, Jannik Sinner, just starting his match now. Novak Djokovic plays in a couple hours at 10:50. In the NFL, big trade yesterday. The Dolphins send tight end Jonnu Smith and corner Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh for safety Minkah Fitzpatrick. The Steelers are also taking on almost the entirety of Jalen Ramsey's giant contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Jeremy, it's Gene Steratore. A little bit late, but no less important. Happy belated birthday, my friend, from myself and the entire rules analyst community. We love the fact that you know, we get a little bit of support every once in a while from the fan base when we break something down or hopefully make the game a little more palatable and maybe even a little bit more fun when we get on the broadcast. So I appreciate your support. I also understand you're a big Buffalo Bills fan, and I've got a ton of memories up in Buffalo, not only football, but a lot of great basketball ones too. So I hope somewhere you're out hitting some wings, jumping on some picnic tables, doing what you need to do to get prepped for another big season. And most importantly, as this thing winds down and it gets grayer and colder up north, I hope we see a lot of you guys at the end of the season in that postseason play. Take care. Happy belated birthday again. Take care and God bless.
I forgot
Your
about
buddy.
that. We need to be playing that more often.
Your buddy.
Gene's territory. You guys
Your
got
friend. Did he say? He said my friend. Yeah.
He also referred
that
to
on the record.
He referred to the rules analyst community. Is there a group text?
What did we put in the prompt
There's
that had him say that?
Right. There's a group text of all the rules analysts.
There probably
They're
is.
just texting
right?
each other.
There's a rules analyst group chat, I'm sure.
Maybe. They're pointing out grammatical errors in the chat. Oh, excuse me, Gene, you, whatever. Gene's territory. Thanks, Gene, for the birthday wishes. Was it a week ago now? Almost a week ago. Yeah. Week ago. It was Wednesday, yeah. So
Wednesday?
Yep, so I'm 46 in 6 days. Thanks to Gene's territory for the kind words. Picnic tables. Gene,
yeah,
we are not jumping through picnic tables.
Although that might be the next step. No,
nobody's
that would be
going
impossible.
through a picnic table.
It'd have to be a pretty flimsy picnic table, or you would have to get enough air where it would almost certainly result in a serious injury.
Yes.
Like 50 feet drop.
Do not go through a picnic table.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Choose your table carefully.
Really, you can't do anything but the folding table.
Yeah, it's got the pre-sliced,
Right. There's no other kind of... You could do, like... one of those little kids tables that are like just plastic and they're kind of hollow, right?
Yeah.
But that would be mean. Probably.
Will somebody... All right, let's get stupid. Will somebody make a table this year and make it look like Highmark Stadium and then jump through it to send off the current Highmark Stadium style?
If someone wasn't planning that already, I'm sure someone is now planning that.
You like that?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Here it is. We're saying goodbye to the old girl. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I know.
You better make sure if you're really building it to look like the stadium, then you better land in the field area. Right?
Well, I mean,
you don't want to go through the stands or the light poles.
You make it out of paper mache. You crush right through that too.
All right, then you're fine. Yeah. I thought you were building like a wood table that looks like...
Is this $1 million idea?
Tables that are designed.
Get your
is probably a bad
Highmark
idea.
tables. It's a folding table. It's got the stands around it. Send off Highmark the right way by jumping through it.
Any sort of waiver better be ironclad, I think, when you're if someone starts selling those.
Well, I mean, first off, we don't sell it to be jumped through. We just sell it to commemorate. Here's the table that will have your dips and your chips and your things of that nature.
Yeah.
And then when you jump through it, that's your decision.
Highmark tables.
This is not a terrible idea.
I think the old stadium is going to be better for this than the new stadium. Because the new stadium with the canopy, and it'd be more like a bowl, right?
That's right.
The old stadium, you could make that a big table, I think.
That might be right.
It feels wider. I mean, it is wider, right? It's less steep, and it's more open, so you're on it. Better trademark it before someone else grabs it.
803-0550. Happy July 1st. It's the start of free agency. It's also the month that football starts.
Yeah, July 31st is the Hall of Fame game.
And that is don't tell me, Lions and the Titans?
No.
Chargers and Lions?
The Chargers and the Lions are the game, yes. July 31st at 8 p.m.
I kind of had the colors right. The Chargers and the Lions.
Everything seems a little earlier this month. Training camp maybe by a little bit, right? Hall of Fame game definitely. I can't remember ever having the Hall of Fame game in July.
That's just how the calendar works. When Labor Day is where it is, which is September 1st, that's as early as the schedule can go. Sal pointed out when we're trying to figure out when camp starts, it's in the CBA 46 days from the start of the season or whatever that is.
Right.
So Labor Day's September 1st. The first game is September 4th. It can't get any earlier than that. So on the moving schedule, if it seems earlier, it's because it is.
Got it.
803-0550, the Bills will go to camp on the 23rd. The Dolphins and Steelers made a trade. We kicked that around a little bit. If you want to join us on that, you can. I think it's a good trade for Pittsburgh, and for Miami, it's weird.
It's weird. I don't realize it's a continuation of I don't know what they're doing.
I guess it's only weird because they did it with guys they felt they had to trade. They didn't want to pay Jonnu Smith and Ramsey.
And they wanted to get out of the Ramsey
Sure.
contract.
So, okay, it's two players that play for you and are goodish. Meanwhile, Jonnu Smith, my Jonnu Smith truther days, believing he could still be one of the most dynamic tight ends in football, he finally became one, and then they put him back with Arthur Smith.
Yeah. Disappointing for someone that has him in a dynasty league.
Yeah.
I do not think he'll be putting up the numbers there. They got another tight end, Freiermuth.
Right.
They're just going to nuke each other's fantasy value. He had 111 targets last year in Miami. How many will he have this year?
That is nuts, 111. How many tight ends had 111 targets?
Last year?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't imagine it's more than 3, maybe. Like McBride, probably. Trey McBride, I'm sure, had that number. George Kittle might have.
Yeah. He was 4th. It's Bowers, McBride, and Kelsey.
That's it. Kelsey got to 111 last year?
Kelsey got you 133.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
He got to 133 targets last year?
Yes, he did.
Man. I thought that was starting to track down a little bit.
Kincaid 75.
75 targets.
75 targets.
He'll get 100.
I had a very small, tiny potential. Let's get stupid, and I mean it's stupid. It's about.
Ooh, I have a guess.
Is it? Well, it's not that hard. I mean, Miami traded away Jonnu Smith, and now they're being linked to trading for a tight end somewhere.
Okay, which one are you trying to trade?
I don't know.
In let's get stupid context. Which one are we trying to trade?
I was simply going to say, like, all right, let's get really stupid. Miami calls and says, "What's it going to cost to get blank
Waddle?"
No, I mean they're going to trade for a tight end.
Yeah.
Oh, you want?
I want Waddle.
You want Waddle for Kincaid?
There you go. You want to clear more money out? Here you go. Here's Kincaid. We'll take Waddle.
Good luck.
Realistically, they're hanging up the phone because it's Miami?
Yes.
If we're staying consistent, we'd want to take the call, though, right?
And they traded.
I would take the call. I would take the call.
They traded with the Chiefs. Why not trade with the Dolphins?
Right. Well,
not that this call is going to come.
It's your division. The Dolphins wouldn't call?
No.
If the Dolphins want a tight end, don't they call every team in the league that's got 2 good ones? You don't think they'd call the Bills?
No. Well,
hey, I know we're in the division. I know this is unlikely. I'm just in case. I'm just shooting you a text.
Maybe.
Chris Greer shoots Bean a text. Is it even worth asking? Maybe Bean says you can ask.
Sure. The number 1 name is Michael Mayer, right? In
LA or Vegas.
Vegas behind Bowers, yeah.
Because he's definitely buried behind the depth chart. Well, they're not trading Knox to Miami. He's Josh's best friend, and him going to the Dolphins would probably feel like a betrayal to him. Listen, if I were the GM, I'd have a price for Kincaid. I'd make it high because you're trading him in the division. But I would have a price. I don't know what it'd be.
803-0550. Let's go to Lee in Buffalo. Hey, Lee.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Morning.
Good.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on that Kevin Adams piece where basically he said, well, if you don't want to play here, I just move on. Don't you think maybe he should sit down with Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, because that wasn't their phase of coming in when the Bills were going through a 17-year playoff drought. It was, we need to change the culture, and the culture was starting to change before Josh Allen got here. Now it's completely changed. Don't you think that is the issue more than free agents just don't want to come here? It's the culture. They don't run things properly over there. That's really what it comes down to.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, why don't players want to come play for Kevin Adams or the Sabres? It's probably a couple things. It's winning, it's money, it's lifestyle, it's location. I mean, some teams are able to overcome those things, and lots of teams are able to overcome those things, like, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, Texas. There's a lot of factors. The number 1 factor for the Sabres would be, there's no real way to soften this, but they're probably not seen by a lot of players as a real team. Like it's an outpost,
right?
It's a
And doesn't it get harder to escape that the longer and longer you go with the same leadership?
Yeah.
Like, I think, not that this is always the case, but I just feel like it's probably easier to convince or to sell to people around the league, whether they are players, coaches, whatever, that, hey, this tire fire that you've been watching for 10, 12 years now, the culture is changing, and the energy in the building is going to be different because we've got new leadership. Like, there are different people that are running the show. They're making that sales pitch to you. You might be more inclined to believe them because it's all new. Let me give this guy a shot. Maybe he's right. Maybe I like the way it sounds. If you're talking to the same people or people that you know have been in charge of that tire fire for 6 years, 7 years, then I think you're going to be less inclined to believe that it can be different. That's just natural. That's in any walk of life. The new guy that hasn't failed at building this thing, I think, is going to have an easier time getting people to come here. And that's another argument for why, I just don't think you should sit with the same people over and over and over and over again. And they've done that a couple times, I think, in this drought, whether that's the GM or the coach.
Ron in Alden is up next. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I was thinking back, July 1st, this time of year, it used to be exciting, kind of, but hasn't been in a while. When was the last time any team benefited really good from a July 1st or right around this open free agency period? When was a player that, when they signed, they drastically turned the team around, though? It's like, I can't think of any time where a team was, mediocre. They signed a big name, and that was it. They became, great. And, when Brad Richards was the name, and we got stuck with Leno. I don't think they ever did anything once I think it was the Rangers, right? I can't remember exactly. Mm-hmm. But I can't think of it. It could be, but I just cannot think of a day that they did that. And secondly, they should start doing that legal tampering like they do other sports. So I think hockey's the only one that doesn't. I like to see that a little bit so you get a little better of idea. And last thing here is if I don't want to be a Sabre fan, will Kevin Adams let me go be a different fan? Have a great day.
Thanks, Ron.
Listen, I was looking at this yesterday. There are success stories. Some, if you go back a little bit, Marian Hossa was a free agent signing in Chicago. That was critical to their build. Scott Niedermayer in Anaheim, Chara to Boston. Those teams won cups, and all those guys were integral in winning them. If you want more recent examples, the guy that there's news about in the last 24 hours, Alex Pietrangelo, he went to Vegas on a monster contract, and then they won the cup. And I think he led that team in ice time during the playoffs. So, not to say they weren't good already, but that helped them. Artemi Panarin, the Rangers didn't win a cup, but Artemi Panarin went to the Rangers, and that's been a success story in free agency. So, Bobrovsky's a $10 million contract everybody laughed at when it happened, and sure, he had a couple playoff failures, then he won the cup twice, backstopping a great team. So, yes, there are failures. Brad Richards was a flop. He didn't do anything for the Rangers. But it's not a zero hit rate.
No, not at all.
There are a lot of really good success stories of teams that added a final piece or a turnaround piece in free agency. It happens.
Well, the game has also changed. Fewer guys get to free agency. It's one of the things that kind of is baked into why the Sabres have had so much trouble is because they've drafted a lot and developed a lot. Then they trade guys away, and you really can't fill your spots in free agency. It's really tough to do. But there are smart signings. Like, you mentioned a couple there.
Those are the ones I mentioned are like big signings, sure. Like huge contracts.
The guy I'm thinking of is a guy like Carter Verhaeghe.
And that's more of like a savvy move.
There are savvy free agent signings to make every year. And who knows if the Sabres are in on some of these savvy moves and just can't get it over the line. I mean, last year Zucker was a good signing.
Yes, he was.
And for a team that had maybe done more, had some saves, maybe they have a better season if they did something during their 13-game losing streak. Like, if this team had a better season, we could say Zucker. If you're going to free agency thinking one player is going to turn you around, that's rarely going to happen.
Right.
If your question was, who's the last player to move in free agency and make a big difference, my answer is going to be it's going to happen today with Marner. Marner leaves and goes to Vegas. And that's the other part of it. You don't always just want to evaluate the guy where he signs. Where did he leave? And what's Toronto going to do without Marner? That's a big loss, a huge loss. So
huge. When Panarin goes to the Rangers, the Blue Jackets, I don't think have made the playoffs since. Like, that was a big loss for them.
Yeah,
they weren't like a cup contender, but that was a big change.
It's a way to add to your roster, and I mean, whether or not it's the Sabres adding these $1 million fourth line, $1 million third pair, fifth, sixth defenseman. Like, they have, to a fault, avoided free agency. They have had so much faith in all these draft picks and prospects, and half of the guys that become good players that are draft picks and prospects, they have to get rid of. They missed the boat on a decade of savvy free agent moves. When they tried Taylor Hall, that did not work out. And that might have been because of, the coach and the GM and the team construct and all that, and whatever. Anyway.
And Eichel got hurt.
Eichel did get hurt.
That hurt. I think the whole concept was he was going to come here and put up points and turn that into a bigger contract.
Yeah.
Playing with Eichel, and then Eichel got hurt.
Was here Eichel scored one goal? He had 2 goals.
I think Eichel scored 1 goal
assists.
and Hall scored 2.
And Hall scored in his first game.
Yeah, and then scored 1 more after that.
Maybe, yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550, if you'd like to join us. Minka Fitzpatrick back with the Dolphins. He's in the 2-stint club. Guy to be with the team twice.
He did they not skip over the best years of his career? Or I guess his first couple, he was really, really good. He's still a good player, but I was reading a little bit that maybe he's not as elite. Like, he was an all-pro.
Yeah.
And he might not be like first-team all-pro good anymore, but still might be pretty good. Miami had him... it was his rookie year. They had him for his rookie year, and then 2 games into his second season, they traded him to Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh gets him from age 23 to 28 and sends him back to Miami. So Miami gets the very start, and they're going to get probably the end here. So they kind of missed out on the prime of his career. Not that would anything be different if Minka Fitzpatrick was there the whole time. I don't know. Wouldn't expect that. But it's just a weird move for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
They're clearing space. They're talking about culture. Maybe that's this. Maybe they think Fitzpatrick is a good leader and a good voice to have in the locker room, like to have on their defense.
They tried to get Poyer to do that, and then Poyer said it wasn't there.
No, but it was probably tougher for Poyer because Poyer couldn't back it up with his play anymore, right?
Right, that might be right.
Like, the only thing I remember Poyer doing last year is gifting the Bills a game because he knocked Keon Coleman out when he didn't need to.
There's one other weird thing about that trade. Whatever, it's kind of connected. All the reporting on TJ Watt, that the Steelers are receiving calls, teams asking about Watt.
Yeah.
Try to make sense of, they go all in. They get Rodgers. They trade for Ramsey and Smith. And they're pushing it all to win as much as they can this year. And like, oh, yeah, by the way, we're also going to trade TJ Watt. Like,
yeah.
It would not make any sense.
No.
You should probably just pay him. Extend him. Pay him.
But they seem hesitant to do that.
Yeah.
Spotrac did point out that a new team acquiring TJ Watt would be on the hook for 1 year, $21 million, non-guaranteed. So you'd have to have $21 million, I believe, in cap space at time of signing or at time of trade, which, for the Bills' sake, I think is pretty difficult considering they have the least space in the league and it's like in the single digits for whatever it is. The Steelers would be on the hook for $9 million, but same thing. If their whole thing right now is let's go, what are they probably doing with Watt? Aren't they probably saying to themselves, we got a 42-year-old quarterback. This is all a 1-year thing right now. We're going to push in to be good right now. And the future is like, we're not even going to worry about it. So we are just going to hope he plays on a 1-year contract. We don't want to extend him because we have no idea what we want to do past this year.
Yeah.
But that might be tough to get the player on board with that. If the player knows they want you to play the deal the year out, and maybe they'll franchise tag you. That's why you would be unhappy.
Right. Maybe you sign him to an extension and structure it in a way where it would be a tradable contract. You could do something like that.
That's not bad. Maybe that's actually what they ultimately end up on.
So if at the end of this year you are in a rebuild, like, all right, well, now's the time.
Because if they fail this year, they're favored in 6 games. They win 6 games. They finally have a losing season, and Rodgers retires, rides off in the sunset. They finally rebuild? Because if they do that, are they going to want 32-year-old TJ Watt on a brand new 5-year contract?
No, probably not. 803-0550. Happy free agency day in the NHL. Free agency opens today. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring if you want on that, on this Dolphins trade, on anything. Well, welcome to July. Happy July 1st here on WGR. Vegas goes out and gets Marner. Yeah. Vegas is the team, and this is not just a Sabres point, Vegas is the team you want your team to be.
Yes.
Right? How many teams wish their team was Vegas and the way that they operate? Is it 30 other markets?
I think almost all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
They came in the league and they dunked on all the GMs in the expansion draft where a series of they made side deals.
Yeah.
Right? Because all these teams were like, oh, man, look at this. They're going to take a player. Let me give them another player to take a different player. Vegas made fools of the entire league and me because I thought they wouldn't make the playoffs. And they made the cup final. And ever since then, they've been just operating like, who cares about draft picks? We're going to go get great players. We're going to get all the best players. We're going to trade our picks all the time. We're going to have the Rams model. Bleep them picks. Here's Vegas going out for Marner. They tampered with Marner. Oh, sorry about that. You want a player? Here,
right.
Here, Toronto.
For a year, by the way.
I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older, and the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see.
It's free agency day in the NHL, and it doesn't appear as though many of the top free agents are going to make it to the market. Mitch Marner signed a trade to the Vegas Golden Knights. It's an 8-year deal, $12 million per year for Marner in Vegas. The Panthers keeping both Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand on long-term deals. Ivan Provorov was one of the top defensemen, staying in Columbus on a 7-year deal. There's a report from Darren Dreger right now that goalie Thatcher Demko is in the final touches of an extension with the Vancouver Canucks. So the goalie market continues to dry up, although there is a report from Elliot Friedman. The Sabres are the likely destination for free agent goalie Alex Lyon. Played the last 2 seasons in Detroit, year prior in Florida. Has played over 70 games in the last 2 years for the Red Wings. 12 o'clock is the official start of free agency today. Nikolai Ehlers, one of the biggest names left on the market. Wimbledon this morning. Jessie Pegula gets beat in her first-round match. She lost 6-2 and 6-3, so a big upset there. Her tournament is already over. Jannik Sinner, number 1 seed on the men's side, is currently up 3-2 in the first set of his match right now. Novak Djokovic plays in a couple of hours at 10:50. And a big trade in the NFL yesterday. The Dolphins send tight end Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh for Minka Fitzpatrick, safety who began his career with the Dolphins. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Happy birthday to Bulldog.
To Bulldog.
Happy birthday, Bulldog. I went to check out his birthday buddies, the resume, to see if,
okay,
how good of a day is it? Answer, not that good.
Oh, no.
Sorry, the roster is it's kind of weak. You get Daniel Ricciardo of F1. You get Dan Aykroyd, Pamela Anderson, Princess Di.
Okay.
Jerome McGinley, Liv Tyler.
All right.
Yeah. It's all right. Happy birthday, Bulldog. We did one of those things the other day where I was discussing with my wife, like, how old is he? And I asked Owen, 60 today?
60.
60.
The big 6-0?
Yeah.
I remember his 50th.
I barely remember his 50th. I know 60 seems crazy. It makes me feel really old. I can't imagine what it's like for him.
Well, happy birthday. 60.
Alan Ruck, also his birthday today.
Also our own
From
Joe
Succession,
Cali.
of course.
Joe Cali.
Wait, people are going to yell at me for that. I wouldn't say from Succession. From Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Right.
Probably better. For
Cameron.
Yeah.
Okay, he's Cameron.
Red Wings jersey.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
60.
where he
Listen,
should be.
all I'm saying is
Carl Lewis also.
Okay. He plays Delaware Park a lot. We're getting into the decade here where Chris Bulldog can think about maybe shooting his age.
Yeah.
I mean, it's par 70.
Hey.
How close has he come?
Well, he's not close to shooting a 60, but give it a couple of years.
He's going to need a couple of years.
Can he shoot a 69 and 69? Can he shoot
it? Trending. It's trending, so he'll meet it somewhere.
It's a par 70 that used to be a par 68.
It's true.
Got 8 years to shoot
What's the
old
most
par.
likely age to do that?
To shoot your
65?
age? 65?
At that course specifically. Can you do it at? Can you get a 65?
I mean, I'm sure there are people that shoot an 80 at 80.
Yeah,
I played with an 84-year-old
who probably shot a 72.
Legit, it was one over in the 4 holes I played with him. So.
Shoot your age. Anyway, the NFL's top 100 players has started.
We got 2 names.
We got 2,
and we'll get another 2 tonight. Right? It's every day. So we'll get 2.
Number 100 is Ladd McConkey.
Wow. After just 1 year?
1 year. NFL players said, that guy's good.
Yeah.
100th ranked player, Ladd McConkey. Number 99 is defensive lineman Leonard Williams of the Seattle Seahawks. We'll get number 98, 97 today.
And as if we summoned him, my dad just texted us, Jarrett, 4 over on the front.
Okay, well, he's not shooting 60 today.
Yeah, not today, but he's getting there.
All right.
Ladd McConkey, who went after Keon Coleman, but there's never any, man, they should have picked that guy.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
There should be, but did you see that a lot? Because I don't feel like I see it as much as probably
I see
you
a
could.
good chunk of it. I see a good chunk of it, sure.
Okay.
I mean, people want to talk about wide receiver, they write to me. Isn't that how this is
maybe that's
supposed to
the
go?
maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, I see plenty of
because the
could have been Ladd.
obvious was this even true before the draft when talking about him? The obvious takeaway was, well, they already have a guy that plays the spots and the role that Ladd McConkey does to some degree in Khalil Shakir.
Yeah.
And it would be weird for those two to kind of coexist at the same time.
I guess you could make that case. Matt Harmon of ReceptionPerception.com, who we have on the station, he's on the afternoon show from time to time, he just posted his Shakir profile yesterday. And it was good. It's interesting. The thing about Shakir that's so, well, we spent a lot of time talking about, Keon Coleman taking the next step or Kincaid taking the next step. And the reality is probably if Shakir were to show even more, that would be a big deal. And Harmon broke down Shakir's his role, what he does well, what he doesn't do well, and the yak being so good. One of the comps for Shakir, and he's not there yet, but people might think he can be Amon-Ra St. Brown light. And one thing that Harmon pointed out was that early on, St. Brown was not a very good man beater. He got good at it.
He picked it up.
He really improved at it, and he got to a point even where he's beating press coverage really well. So if you're looking for Shakir to take a step or whatever, we're talking about which receiver can be the guy. Man, if Shakir were to follow the St. Brown track, which, again, not many do, St. Brown is awesome.
He's amazing.
He's awesome. And Shakir, there are parts of his game, the contact balance, the yards after catch, he's awesome. But he is not a guy that consistently is going to beat man coverage. He doesn't often really have to, I suppose, right? The route tree on what Shakir does, if you've seen Matt Harmon's site, there's the full route tree and then the grade on what you do. What do you do well? What do you not do well, like league average? And basically everything short, Shakir does great. And everything deep, he's not. That's it. He's not a vertical guy. That's where Elijah Moore comes in and can maybe be different. Elijah Moore has a little bit more in that department. So, anyway, I just reading the thing about Shakir got me thinking about him. And if you
because McConkey is, I think, in that St. Brown mold, isn't he? Of he's going to maybe play from the inside, but he'll be quicker to it than St. Brown was. Like his ability to beat man coverage while also giving you yak stuff and also the underneath stuff too.
Yeah.
Like he's going to be a good, but they're all, by the way, pretty close to the same size. They're all the exact same height, and McConkey's a little bit lighter. Shakir's in the middle. St. Brown a little higher, but they're all a little different. But like, who would you believe is going to be doing the St. Brown stuff more? McConkey. He's younger. Shakir's played more, and maybe he could get marginally better at that sort of stuff. But I would be surprised if we ever get to a point where it is Shakir is the guy where they're not. You'll start forcing defenses not to play you in man coverage because that dude's just going to eat you alive.
Right. Well, to give you, again, this is just one guy that does nothing but receiver breakdowns. I mentioned he dropped Khalil Shakir's profile yesterday. Shakir, in the percentile he succeeds against man coverage, is in the 30th percentile.
Yeah.
Ladd McConkey's in the 83rd.
Yeah, way better.
Press coverage. Shakir is in the 37th percentile. Ladd McConkey's in the 98th.
98th.
Yeah. Like McConkey, if
he's great.
He's great. He's already pretty darn great. And again, like the point on Shakir was for the write-up that we've seen some players go from mastering this part of the game and then going on to another part. And that's what Amon-Ra St. Brown did that maybe Shakir could do. He says he's super valuable. What he does here is important. It's important, though. It's why he didn't get $23 million, $25 million, because it's almost like he's the opposite of Coleman in that when people try to say, like, oh, I don't know about Coleman, he doesn't do this and this and this, he doesn't do this and this. The Bills have a collection of receivers that don't do certain things, but they do flourish at other things, or they can. Shakir does that. Shakir doesn't do everything, but what he does do, he does really, really well and is super valuable. And I guess the idea is to try and make Coleman into some version of that in a different position. He's on the outside. Okay, he doesn't do this and this and this. Can we get him to flourish at these other 4 or 5 things? And that's how this offense is going to run with guys that are, you're not asked to do every job. You're not totally interchangeable all up and down the lineup. It's not a series of 5 stud receivers. It's 5 receivers that each do something to their own that we can maximize.
Yeah. That's interesting because when you said that, I kind of perked up because I think Coleman and Shakir are actually really similar.
Well,
in what they do well.
The problem is they play different positions,
right? And they ask Coleman to do very different things than Shakir, even though there's evidence that, like, what they're good at, there is a lot of overlap.
And this is where the idea of like Shakir,
yards after catch,
the idea of what about Shakir on the outside? It just probably won't go well. He's not a man beater.
And to their credit, like I would say, even though like right now, I think rookie year, the things Coleman was best at was his ability to create with the ball in his hands, which is what Shakir is great at. Who would you believe is more likely to develop those skills on the outside? I am not confident Coleman will, but he is younger, he is bigger by a good margin. Like I would definitely, if you're trying to turn somebody into that player, obviously Coleman's going to be the one you would do that with.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, if you want to give us a call on that, you're more than welcome to. Come hang out on this Tuesday on WGR. I've got a fun little game for you here.
Okay.
It's not really a game so much as I'm just going to read some names to you.
Okay.
Because I'm at puckpd.com and I've got the history of the Sabres signings. I'm going to go for just July signings. All right? Let's just do that. Since Kevin Adams took the job. Right now I'm at Drake Caggiula and Vinny Hinostroza.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah. July signings is what I'm going for because, here we are, free agency. Chase Prisky, Eric Comrie, Cale Clegg, Jeremy Davies, Ilya Labushkin, Malcolm Subban, Hinostroza again, Craig Anderson, Sean Malone.
Sean Malone?
Sean Malone was June. Sorry, that one doesn't count. Sean Malone was June. And then also one last little batch here of July signings. James Reimer, Felix Sandstrom, Mason Jobst, Colton Poolman, and I think that's it. Dennis Gilbert, Jacob Bryson, Abe Kubel, Josh Dunn, Jason Zucker last year, Sam Lafferty, Cale Clegg, Dustin Tokarski, Devin Cooley, Justin Richards, Michael Hauser, Connor Clifton, Eric Johnson, Tyson Jost. Those are your July signings.
What are the July signings right after they missed by 1 point? That's Clifton and Johnson.
Yeah.
And Tyson Jost.
Zucker is the hope here. Find that guy.
Zucker 2.0.
Zucker. Find that guy. Old, and when he signed, that's a little too much, and he must have had not that many other options, and it worked, and he got extended.
Yeah.
So, and
was willing to.
That's right. That's right. Signed a 2-year extension. Vegas goes out and gets Marner. Yeah. Vegas is the team, and this is not just a Sabres point, Vegas is the team you want your team to be.
Yes.
Right? How many teams wish their team was Vegas and the way that they operate? Is it 30 other markets?
I think almost all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
They came in the league and they dunked on all the GMs in the expansion draft where a series of they made side deals.
Yeah.
Right? Because all these teams were like, oh, man, look at this. They're going to take a player. Let me give them another player to take a different player. Vegas made fools of the entire league and me because I thought they wouldn't make the playoffs. And they made the cup final. And ever since then, they've been just operating like, who cares about draft picks? We're going to go get great players. We're going to get all the best players. We're going to trade our picks all the time. We're going to have the Rams model. Bleep them picks. Here's Vegas going out for Marner. They tampered with Marner. Oh, sorry about that. You want a player? Here,
right.
Here, Toronto.
For a year, by the way.
Happy July 1st.
Jesse Pegula already out at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Easily.
This is the time.
Early.
This is the time of year. Football starts in 22 days. We'll be at training camp. 3 weeks from tomorrow, we'll be at training camp for first practice. I'd imagine the fans of the two sports here, hockey and basketball, this is a week where your feed comes across. Who? Sign for what? Mm-hmm. It's a great time of year for the NBA to sign players to $72 million contracts. I'm like, I've never heard of this person in my life.
Yeah, like Nickeil Alexander-Walker last night signed for a bigger contract than probably any NHL player did, including Mitch Marner.
What?
Right.
Yeah. LeBron back with the Lakers for another year.
Sham said some interesting stuff on him this morning about, like, he's monitoring what the Lakers are doing. So, I'm just seeing some trade stuff out there about LeBron, which, if they're going to build around Luka, then if he thinks he has a better chance to win a title somewhere else,
quick question for you.
Maybe my Denver Nuggets could take a run at him.
And LeBron?
He is really good friends with the owner, Kroenke. I don't know if that's enough to pull him to Denver, Colorado to play, but they're good.
Yeah.
It'd be weird. It'd be a weird team to end his career on, not gonna lie. Like the Knicks feel like it's LeBron, right? It's got to be big, doesn't it?
I mean,
it's got to be, or he would go home to Cleveland.
The Knicks,
maybe.
I don't say they don't need him, but because anybody could need him and use him.
He should go back. Really, what's the best story for him? He should go back to Cleveland one more time. They're the best team in the East.
No, the best story.
Win him one more title with the Cavs, and then ride out into the sunset.
I already told you my best story. The best story is he plays with Steph. A year of LeBron and Steph is the best.
It's good.
The best story.
I'd be willing to say that's my second favorite. I like the idea of him going back to Cleveland one more time, as they are the current favorites in the East.
LeBron and Steph rolling together, and you know what? Get as many old guys as possible, and just
want to bring back.
Yeah, I want not a super team. I want a super old team.
Didn't that happen in the late '90s? Didn't Barkley and Pippen go to Houston?
That
happened with Olajuwon.
I feel like you might be thinking of when Malone went to the Lakers.
Oh, that happened too. Gary Payton. I think Barkley and Pippen though went to join Olajuwon right at the end.
Old guys.
So who else do you want? Durant already got traded. He would have been good for that though, right? You want Draymond, you want Steph, you want LeBron, and you want... All those guys are retiring.
Yeah.
They're all kind of gone.
803-0550. We'll get Bob on the other side. I would have a very quick question in 10 seconds. Does Marner make you at all root for the Vegas Golden Knights?
No.
Okay, because if you have hatred of the Leafs could get a little dose of what we live. This guy can't win here. Goes and wins. Just saying.
I see.
There might be a little value there, even if you don't want Jack to win. He already won. If you want the Leafs to live a little bit of the guy left and won.
What we experience on a yearly basis, it would be hilarious to see them all react to Marner winning it in year one and being the Conn Smythe winner.
Yes.
That actually would be pretty. That would be pretty hilarious.
I am here to tell you that's probably what I'll be rooting for.
But have him do it in year two when Eichel is in Boston. Right. Let's have that.
803-0550. Bob will get your call on the other side. Also checking in Pittsburgh on their big trade for Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey. Coming up here on WGR. I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older.
Mm-hmm.
And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see. There are definitely limitations, which are to be mentioned and considered often. Will someone extend? Will they waive a no trade? Probably not. But not everybody in the league has a no trade. And identifying young players and identifying the right moves, that's the thing. You probably need a GM that is one of the best to work your way out of this. And that's part of what I thought we'd get into today. You know, Terry Pegula is going to be keyed in on everything that happens. And as Kevin Adams says, I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this and we can't. I want to do this. Would you give this guy $33 million in the first 2 years? No. Okay, we can't do that either. What would you like me to do? What are the Sabres' plans to ever get out of this deepest of ruts? It's such a deep rut. As Jay brings up the point about a rebuild, the Twitter account, maybe you follow on Twitter, Sabermetrics, posted pictures from development camp in 2015. It was not at Harbor Center. It was at the arena.
Yes,
and
2015, I think. Yeah, I was there.
Eichel's
wearing number 41.
There were like 15,000 people.
Yes,
for development camp.
Yep, it was the scrimmage for development camp. I was there. It was like almost a full house.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was better attended than some games will be this year. The fans. That's 2015. The drought's not that old. They had some suffering, right? We have to embrace some suffering. They had tanked 2 years. We argued about it a lot. But despite when anybody tries to tell you about the fan base being killed by the tank, it was packed. And the rebuild was to be a show. And that fell apart. And the next one, and it's not getting 17,000 fans at the KeyBank Center.
Jessie Pegula out early at Wimbledon, lost in the first round. Big upset. She was a huge favorite as the 3 seed, lost to an unranked player in the first round. 6-3 and 6-2. So her tournament is over. Jannik Sinner's playing right now. Novak Djokovic in a little bit. So Wimbledon gets rolling. In hockey, today is day 1 of NHL free agency. The Sabres have a goalie that it looks like they're going to sign, an Alex Lyon. Elliot Friedman reporting the Sabres and Lyon are expected to sign at noon today. 70 games or so in the last 2 years for the Red Wings. Elsewhere around the NHL, Mitch Marner going to the Vegas Golden Knights in a sign-and-trade that's going to be a 8-year deal, $12 million per year. Florida keeps Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand on long-term deals. Patrick Kane looks like he's staying in Detroit on a 1-year extension. In the NFL, we'll talk more about this coming up. The Dolphins trade tight end Jonnu Smith and corner Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh for safety Minkah Fitzpatrick. The Steelers taking on most of Ramsey's big contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
A lot of us thought he was going to go with the Rams at some point. They were looking for a corner. He had been there. You heard Sean McVay say that was certainly a possibility. This is another sort of like interesting move by Pittsburgh. You know, they obviously acquired DK Metcalf, gave up second-round pick, $30 million, 41-year-old quarterback. So this is an all-in move, very atypical of Pittsburgh, very intriguing. Look, Aaron Rodgers, to me, is still the third-best current quarterback in the AFC North behind Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Very interesting move by the Steelers. Maybe they could get a good year or two out of Jalen Ramsey, help to defend those great offenses.
That's Mike Tenenbaum on the Steelers and what they've done here. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. Happy July 1st. NHL free agency opens today. Tracking Sabres reports for you. Get you the latest on that. Also have spent time today on the NFL trade that went down yesterday between the Steelers and the Dolphins. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Alan Saunders of Steelers beat guy for Steelers now, on this deal, which gets the Steelers both Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. Alan, good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Good morning. How's Buffalo on this fine day? Lovely city.
It is. It's nice. We've had some nice summer weather. You know, it's 80 degrees, and we're talking about hockey free agency. That's how it goes around here this time of year. So we're doing all right, though. Counting down 22 days till training camp. So, you know, getting into football eventually.
There you go. You go. I feel this day is less exciting for the Penguins and Sabres at their current place in the standings, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, well, we're used to that.
Yes, that's right.
This might be new for you, but we're
right,
definitely used to that. Yeah.
So, Alan, regarding place in the standings, the Steelers, you know, they're in a tough division, and they have an old quarterback, but he's maybe got one more run at this thing. And I think what the Steelers have done here is probably the right move. I mean, if you're going to go for an Aaron Rodgers season, why not get as many reinforcements as possible? How do you like this move they pulled off yesterday?
It's interesting because I don't think anybody had corner and tight end at the top of their offseason needs, but I just think they got a lot better. And so you kind of just figure it out after that. I don't really know how they're going to sort things out in the secondary. They now have 3 guys in Joey Porter Jr., Darius Slay, and Jalen Ramsey, who all primarily played outside corner in the past. Obviously, that won't continue. I don't know how they're going to figure it out. If Ramsey's going to play in the slot, or if he's going to play safety, or maybe Slay will play safety. I don't know. I just think they traded older defensive backs for one another, and they got a Pro Bowl tight end kind of thrown in on the deal. That's not so bad. You kind of just take it and you move on. All offseason, they've sort of tried to walk this path where they're trying to do everything they can to win this year, except for the things that take away from their chances of winning in the future. So, like, they didn't spend a lot of money in free agency because they were trying to keep they're in line for 4 compensatory picks, including a 3rd and a 4th next year. They have an extra 3rd from George Pickens. The draft is in Pittsburgh. They're probably going to trade up to get a quarterback. They don't want to take away from that. At the same time, they're trying to do everything they can to win this year. There's only so many ways you have to upgrade your team when you're sort of trying to have it both ways, and when trades like this come along, you can't really pass them up.
So when there's rumors a month ago about Jonnu Smith and the Steelers, and then he ends up being a part of this deal, do you feel like that was the primary motivation for Pittsburgh, and Ramsey is more doing a favor for Miami, or do you think they were motivated to acquire Ramsey also?
I think they really wanted to upgrade their group of pass catchers in some way. I think that ideally really like to have like a real wide receiver 2 to put with DK Metcalf, but it's July 1st, and they don't have one, and probably not going to get one at this point. They were calling around the league about other wide receivers. They brought in Gabe Davis for a free agent visit. That apparently he's had a number of those and hasn't signed with anyone. So I'm assuming that means he's not healthy or isn't ready to sign or whatever. There's only so many options, and this was a way to upgrade their group of pass catchers, in a different way. I don't think they went into these conversations trying to trade Minkah Fitzpatrick. It was just that the Dolphins had Jonnu Smith. They also had Jalen Ramsey. They were trying to trade them both, and that was the price that they were able to agree on. I don't know what Miami's doing here. I don't really understand their motivation for any of this other than I guess it's just two guys who weren't happy in Miami and they send them packing. But, man, their tight ends are now very bad. Their corners are awful. There's a lot to not love about the trade for the Steelers, but I think it's just so lopsided in their favor that you just kind of say, okay, well, figure the rest out.
Yeah, Miami so motivated to get guys out of there, I suppose. And they get back Minkah Fitzpatrick, which, they dumped him a while back. Now they bring him back. What's the report on Fitzpatrick and what he can bring to them, I suppose, if they're bringing him back?
Came to Pittsburgh in 2019 and immediately made this huge impact on the Steelers' defense with all these splash plays, led the league in interceptions in 2022. And since then, all that's dried up. Over the last 2 seasons, he has 1 interception, no forced fumbles, no fumble recoveries, and he's getting paid somewhere in the neighborhood of $23 million. There is a chance that Minkah Fitzpatrick goes to Miami, he's only 28. I haven't seen any physical decline. He just hasn't been making the plays. So if he goes to Miami and he goes back to being an all-pro player, that's probably the one way that the Steelers look bad in this trade. But the player he's been the last 2 years has not been – he made the Pro Bowl last year, and I was in Orlando talking to him, and he was sort of almost embarrassed by it. He's like, I didn't play very well. I was a little surprised to be here. That's kind of been the story of the last 2 years for him. A really, really talented player. I don't really know why things have gone the way they have.
In terms of how they were going to make it work in the secondary now with Ramsey, what do you think there's a chance he ends up playing safety for the Steelers, or maybe somebody else starts playing out of position compared to what they've done in the past?
I think there's a chance he plays safety. I think there's a chance he plays slot corner and maybe some outside corner too. I think there's a couple different ways they can run things. They have one Thornhill, who they signed from the Browns, who was the starter for them and for Kansas City before that. So they can start Thornhill at free safety, play Ramsey outside, and move like Slay to the bench. They could play Ramsey in the slot and play Ramsey, Slay, and Porter all together. I don't really know how much Ramsey wants to play in the slot at this point in his career. He did it obviously some back when he was with the Rams. It's a more physical job. You get older, a lot of guys make the other move, right? They move back to safety. I don't really know how it's going to play out, but I think it's just the one thing about Mike Tomlin is he's never going to run away from a coaching problem. He's never going to be like, don't do this. It's going to be hard for me and my staff to figure out. He'll be like, well, either we'll figure it out or we won't, but it'll be our fault if we don't. So just do it and we'll go from there.
Alan Saunders joining us on the Western Hotline. On Tomlin, what? Is he embattled? Is he hot seat? Where does it stand for him?
Obviously things are not going as well as they had been. I don't think he's in a hot seat of in any danger of being fired anytime soon. But I definitely think they're feeling the pressure of 8 years without a playoff win. I think they would tell you that there's a tension that has been added to the process that really, when you look at where the Steelers are in an organization and kind of trying to rebuild on the fly here and that type of thing, probably wouldn't otherwise exist if that playoff drought hadn't been what it is. And so, yeah, I think they're feeling the pressure, probably not in any real danger of being fired, but I think there's real pressure there, both from the fan base and from ownership, to finally, do something in the playoffs, and then, continue this process of trying to get younger on both sides of the football and kind of build their next core of the franchise.
Is the pressure maybe more to what the direction of the franchise would be after this year? Like, if we looked up earlier, I think they're favored in 6 games. Like, if they finally have a losing season under Tomlin, or they just miss, or I don't know what this would, what season we'd be looking at for this, but if they don't meet their expectation, could you see Tomlin and the organization even being more aggressive on the younger player part of it, almost a rebuild, if it doesn't go well this year? Is that maybe a pressure that they're under?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the Rooneys have rebuild in their blood. They're going to go for it every time. I do think probably no matter what happens this year, the move next year is to trade up to draft a quarterback. So I kind of think it doesn't really matter that they got all those picks to sort of insulate themselves from the negative benefits of winning. And I think they're and they have a ton of cap space too. I think they have the second or third fewest, and this may change with the Ramsey trade, but before this, they had, I think, the second or third fewest amount of future salary committed after the 2025 season. So, they don't need they don't ever want to go into some sort of lengthy rebuild. They've shown a willingness to just throw off spare parts and kind of retool on the fly that they maybe haven't had in the past, but I think that's about as far as I could see them going.
And is the TJ Watt stuff just going to be theatrics and it'll get done?
It's going to get done. Everybody wants it to get done. Obviously, I think TJ hasn't said anything, but when you read between the lines about what his brother said and, the way the reporting has come out, that's sort of obviously agent-driven. Clearly he's not happy about the timeline here, but, they really want to sign him. He wants to be in Pittsburgh. I don't see any other outcome.
All right. Alan Saunders of Steelers Now. Alan, thanks for the time.
Thank you. We'll see you this season, I think.
Yes. The Bills are making a trip down to Acrisure Stadium. Is it still Acrisure?
Yeah, it's still a bad name, but, it is what it is. I think we've seen the Bills 6 years in a row if you count the preseason. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Thanks, Alan.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Steelers. That is, what week is that?
It's we have a Bills schedule in the corner here.
Yeah, I've not committed it to memory. Is it December, that game?
Yeah, how many
Bills?
How many in a row could you get off the top of the season?
It's November 30th.
November 30th? You have the schedule in front of you?
Do I have
how many in a row could you get to start?
Baltimore 1.
Yep. What's week 2?
Miami is 3.
Miami is 3. Thursday night. What's week 2?
What's week 2? I don't even know week 2.
At the Jets.
Okay, I would have guessed Jets. Then Miami. Then I know it's soft early. Soft.
There you go. That's a good hint.
Is it the
No.
The Saints.
The Saints.
Week 4.
Because I don't even know if they have a team that starts with R on their schedule.
Well, Raiders is what I was going to go for, but it wasn't the Raiders.
Oh,
Saints.
Yeah. They don't play the
Saints
Raiders.
week 4. Week 5.
Yep.
Is that the Bucks?
No.
What's week 5?
New England.
Okay.
Then Atlanta. Just making sure the schedule we have in the corner of the room, what you want is the games on the left column to be 1 through 8, right? And then on the right column, you want them to be 9 through.
But instead, it goes 1, 2.
No, that is the way it is. I'm thinking of that because the NHL in all their things that are annoying, one thing that I noticed they do, when they send out their graphics or whatever with like draft order, they go 1, 2, 3, 4, like left, right, which is a crazy way to do a list.
That's weird, yeah.
Totally impossible to keep track. Or like, nobody would ever read something like that. But the Bills do it right. They have all the first games on the left and then the second half of the season on the right. Mitch Marner's officially been traded.
Okay.
Nicholas Roy Waugh going back to Toronto. And Marner's going to wear number 93 for the Golden Knights, which I believe is what he wore in juniors, if I remember the time I saw him in Erie when he was playing for London. Leafs have already sent their thank you stuff out about Marner. Marner really did. Maybe you could blame Toronto for this. Marner kind of screwed the Leafs because Friedman's told this story that at this past trade deadline, there was a 3-team deal basically done that would have sent, I think Marner would have still gone, no, Marner would have gone to Carolina. And the Leafs were going to get Rantanen. But Marner wouldn't waive his no-trade clause. But maybe that was because, maybe this is where the tampering stuff from Vegas comes in, and what could have really made Toronto mad is not just, hey, you got Marner and you stole him away from us. It's also, if Marner already knew he was going to go to Vegas, then he says no to Carolina because of his he already knows where he's going, and the Leafs then don't get a star winger out of it that they would have had. They negotiated a trade where they would have got Rantanen, and they don't get it done because Marner already knows where he's going.
But
or maybe he would have said no to Carolina no matter what.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if he says yes to Carolina, he can still leave for Vegas. If he knows he's going to do that.
That's right, unless he's telling Carolina, I'm not
going to extend.
Like, I'm not even going to waive because there's no point for you. Like, I'm not extending.
Yeah, right. And that could be, a lot of scenarios where, like, I'm not going to extend, so.
Right. Yeah. So he ends up leaving for basically nothing. Like, it's a role player.
803-0550. Bob in Arkansas has been waiting. Hey, Bob. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good.
All right. Hey, all the Sabres talk, I missed yesterday's show, so I was listening to it on the app, and I was listening to all the Sabres talk, and, man, it's depressing. And down here in Arkansas, I gave up on the Sabres back in, like, 2012. I just couldn't do it, and it's a little bit easier down here because nobody really cares about hockey. But, I was depressed. So yesterday I took my kid to go get some football cleats at a big sporting goods store, rhymes with Rick's. And anyways, we're going back to the football spikes, and what do I see but a huge poster of our boy Josh Allen in his Dick's, and this is in Conway, Arkansas, man. It made me feel good. I thought it'd be a nice story to share. It always feels good when you know that's your boy.
Yep.
And, we matter. We're on the sports landscape because I don't think 10 years ago, even 7, 8 years ago, you ever would have walked into a store in Arkansas and seen it big poster of Josh Allen. So it's good stuff, man. We're out there, and it makes you feel good as a fan of Buffalo sports.
Sure. Can we have 2 teams?
That's too much, man.
Yeah.
You're asking for too much. We can only have one.
Thanks, Bob.
I'm not sure it's really ever happened, has it?
What's that?
2 teams? When's the last time they were? I mean, because you have overlapping droughts, so it's tough to.
Yeah, it's
90, like the early, like 91. We talked last week about the year McGillney and LaFontaine are playing together, and that's during the Super Bowl era. Is that how long ago it is that both teams are good at the same time?
It's been a long time.
99, they're both good, right? Because that's the same. That's Sabres go to the finals, and the Bills are in the playoffs.
There have been a couple of Octobers. I'm serious about that. There have been a couple of Octobers where, what if the Bills win the Super Bowl and the Sabres win the Stanley Cup?
When was that?
Look at 10-game win streak. When's that?
That's November of 18. But
Okay.
that's Allen's a rookie. That's not happening.
Okay.
I thought you were going to go back to, like, are the Sabres with Briere and Drury at the same time as like a 4-0? Remember when Edwards was like going to win MVP and they were 4-0, and then Adrian Wilson ended that? Like, does that overlap with Drury Briere?
No, I'm going to look at Ralph Kruger's start now because Kruger's start with the Sabres is
that one started well, too.
It's 2019-20. And they start that year pretty well. They start that season right out of the gate. I'm going to find it here.
But it was a good start.
Yeah, but 8-2-1, and the Bills might have been 3-2 or 3-1.
But where are we at with the Bills at that point? Allen is in his second year. We have no idea if he's actually all that good. We just know he's fun, right? We know he jumps over people, but he still was super inaccurate, and he hadn't won anything yet. They won 6 games.
They finished 10-6 that year,
right? But how did we feel about them in November?
I'm going to pull it up for you. They start the season.
I remember the 2020 season.
They are 5-1. The Bills are 5-1 on October 20th.
Okay.
And 2019 Sabres. By the way, I told you we had an October. I'm working here.
This is a
tough
working.
Sell. Let me get you the scheduling results. On October 20th that year, the Sabres. Okay, yeah, here we go. On October 22nd. Of 2019, the Bills were 5-1 and the Sabres were 8-1-1.
Sounds like a fun week.
You know what? Let's make that an actual holiday that we start to observe.
October 22nd?
October 22nd, 2019. Yes, it's 2 Teams Day.
2 Teams Day. That's amazing.
How about this? The Sabres were
not quite. You oversold it a little bit. I don't think we were thinking Super Bowl and Stanley. We might have been thinking playoffs in both, though. And that is a leap. I can't remember that. That probably was it. The last time I thought playoffs in both, at least, was that.
Yeah. The Sabres were
championship was probably
8-1-1 on October 22nd. A month later.
Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be like 10 and
they're 11-9-3.
All right. Still winning record. Actually, no, not really.
A month later, they're 17-15-7. A month. I mean, it goes south pretty fast.
Well, principles. I mean,
right. Forgot about the principles.
That was what was more important. Listen, they might not have been winning games, but were they giving teams more bruises on a nightly basis because they were tougher to play against?
The principles thing.
Remember, we're not counting wins; we're just counting how many bruises the other team has after you play them.
The principles quote was something along the lines of, you might not be seeing it, but we're starting to adapt. Like we're getting results that you don't see that are going to make us better.
Yes,
that is a thing that was said.
It's kind of the beginning of a belittling of.
You don't know.
You don't understand.
We know.
You don't understand what's happening here. Kind of mantra.
Yep.
Which was that coach a lot.
Yeah. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Give us a ring on anything. We'll get you the latest on the rumors. Marner to Vegas.
What a team. They didn't even exist.
Eichel, Marner.
7 years ago.
Eichel, Marner, Stone.
9 years ago.
On one line.
Yeah, I think that's line one, and that's got to be like the best line in hockey, or it's close to it if they're going to play together.
You ready for Vegas and Edmonton in the conference final next year? That'll be hot.
Yeah.
The old NHL. All right, we'll get a break in. See when we get number 98, 97 in the NFL's top 100. Jeremy and Joe, we also have news on, we talked about it late yesterday, the Browns' new stadium appears to be moving forward a little bit, getting some momentum for the Browns stadium being, the Ohio governor signs the Browns stadium provisions into law. Okay, that just happened. So the Browns may get their way. A new budget has been signed, and it gives the Browns $600 million in state money for a new stadium.
Okay.
Now what they have to do is
they have to get the city on board to some degree, don't they?
They have to clear the path to move from Cleveland to Brook Park without violating the Art Modell law.
Right.
That limits the ability of the Browns to move elsewhere. So would they basically say, would
the city block it because they are technically leaving the city limits?
Can I tell you something?
Even if it's not like moving to Baltimore like Art Modell did.
But can I tell you something that Florio says? So Mike Florio writes about this, that how they would do this law, it's not just the Browns, it affects the Bengals. If the Bengals wanted to move to Columbus in 10 years, which they won't.
Right.
He said he's kidding. But the idea is it's a state law, and the Browns need to come up with money to get this done. The Haslams have pledged that money. it's this law that's standing in the way for them to move away from the waterfront down by the airport. And we've seen some renderings of the stadium that would be just, that's a placeholder rendering. I don't know that it's exactly what it would look like, but the Browns moving forward, and I think they will go indoors.
For those that are wondering, by the way, like how far away Brook Park is from their current stadium, it's a 19-minute drive, and it is a half a mile closer than downtown Buffalo is to Highmark Stadium. So they're moving a closer distance to the city than where Orchard Park is from the city of Buffalo. So they're not really... Like, they are moving out of Cleveland, but they're barely moving out of Cleveland. Like, they're moving to a suburb. They're not moving to, like...
They're also...
It's not Buffalo to Rochester.
It is next to the airport.
Right.
The
Cleveland airport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I say that, I mean your stadium is going to have planes flying over it all day.
Not during the games, though, right?
They don't just... they don't stop flights into Cleveland during games.
They might take a different... I mean, I'm sure the planes wouldn't go directly over.
No, but you're right.
Because they would be pretty close, wouldn't they?
You would think.
That would probably be distracting.
Might be a big airport. Probably is. All right, we'll get a break in. 803-0550 on WGR. Vegas goes out and gets Marner. Yeah. Vegas is the team, and this is not just a Sabres point, Vegas is the team you want your team to be.
Yes.
Right? How many teams wish their team was Vegas and the way that they operate? Is it 30 other markets?
I think almost all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
They came in the league and they dunked on all the GMs in the expansion draft where a series of they made side deals.
Yeah.
Right? Because all these teams were like, oh, man, look at this. They're going to take a player. Let me give them another player to take a different player. Vegas made fools of the entire league and me because I thought they wouldn't make the playoffs. And they made the cup final. And ever since then, they've been just operating like, who cares about draft picks? We're going to go get great players. We're going to get all the best players. We're going to trade our picks all the time. We're going to have the Rams model. Bleep them picks. Here's Vegas going out for Marner. They tampered with Marner. Oh, sorry about that. You want a player? Here,
right.
Here, Toronto.
For a year, by the way.
I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older. And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see.
paying someone more money, hoping that they'll make them happy, isn't usually a recipe for success. You know, you have to have players that buy into and believe what you're doing and wake up every day in Buffalo excited to be a Sabre. I think that's important. In saying that, are there hard conversations with times? Are players at times frustrated with things? Absolutely, and that's part of the relationship building that I believe in from my job through the coaches. Having those conversations, there's hard days too where players are frustrated or I'm frustrated, but that doesn't mean you just, because a player is upset at that day and you're just trading them.
All right, there we go. Sorry, Kevin Adams. Kevin Adams from last week. Free agency. In the end of the day, produces Alex Lyon, Brian Rust, and somebody. A Byram trade.
A Byram trade. Maybe Byram is the Brian Rust trade. Although Dave Pagnotta, and I saw it from one other person too, that the Penguins might want futures in a trade like that.
There's not going to be a ton of hand-wringing over Jacob Bernard-Docker, but not qualifying him. What? You have an NHL defenseman.
Weird.
You qualify him at a number that is not prohibitive at all.
No.
It's the minimum. Pretty close.
Yeah, you get to keep him for
I think I saw it was
pretty much nothing.
I think it was $90,000 off of the minimum.
Okay.
And you didn't just qualify that player.
And he was fine for you last year.
He's a right-shot defenseman.
Right.
Literally the thing that you have turned your organization upside down to try and find.
Right. Well, now they're full at that position,
That's right. Too many.
Yeah, now they have too many. And he's not right. No one to lose sleep over. I don't think this is going to be Brandon Hagel 2.0 where he goes and becomes, some star. But he was a legitimate NHL defenseman that looked pretty good in 15 games for you. You could waive him if it doesn't go well.
Mm-hmm.
Bring him to camp. And if he looks like, he's our 8th best defenseman, just waive him. Someone probably claims him. And then it's the same result. Or he looks good at camp, and it's like, this guy should be our 7th defenseman. That was a weird one. He played with Dahlin at times at the end of the season, and again, Dahlin's going to lift up a lot of guys, but it didn't look bad. I didn't think.
803-0550. Free agent frenzy today, July 1st.
I don't know if we should be calling it frenzy.
No,
still.
I agree.
We need a different adjective.
It's the kind of free agent frenzy. You know what it is? It's like a dynasty draft where the rookies are already gone. And that's really what this is.
Uh-huh.
Because nobody...
But it has the veterans in it, too.
It's just veterans.
So
there's no rookies.
It's round 3, and I'm trying to decide if I should draft a 5th-round draft pick from this year or, Cole Kmet.
Right. Or Elijah Moore.
Sure,
I
right,
really like the upside here. This could, and, you could get something here, but it really is... it's... What? The frenzy? Not quite. You are hitting that market.
It's happening, maybe.
It's happening.
A free agent happening, basically. Matt Larkin's top 5 available free agents with all the guys that have already signed today: Ehlers, Gavrikov, Besser, Granlund, Orlov.
Sign all 5 of them.
All right, let's see.
You think I'm kidding?
He's got their AFP projected contracts on here: 8 for Ehlers, 7 for Gavrikov, 8 for Besser, 5 for Granlund, and 5 for Drouin.
They could fit them all,
5 for Orlov.
Right?
10, 18, 25. They could fit 4 of the 5.
And just
fit 4 of the 5.
Buy out Samuelson.
There you go. Or trade. Just whatever gets him off the roster. I'm totally down with.
There was that social media video they posted that had a whiteboard behind them and had names written on it, and then the Sabres then deleted that video from social media. And on the board...
From the draft?
Yeah. People saw names, and it looked certain names were in certain colors.
Uh-huh.
And Samuelson's name was up there. And maybe that's why Adam said never a thought to buying him out, because they're going to trade him.
Sure, maybe.
Mark on his cell phone is up. Hey, Mark.
How you doing? I just needed to vent, and you guys are on the air, so...
All right. We're here for you.
I'm just a long time fan going back many years. I was an usher there for 15 years. I know good hockey from bad, and I don't know what Terry is doing to us, forcing us Kevin Adams on us again. And I don't think there's any other team in the league that's going to hire Kevin Adams or Jerry Fortin. It's like we're running a minor league organization here. It's terrible. It's painful to the fans. They're taking people's money. Tell me how you feel about this.
Well, again, like I don't know what the right way to say it is, but Kevin Adams as their GM is try again. And do you remember way back when, this is how my brain works, I'm all over the place. Do you remember when Russ Brandon flat out said the Bills' brand had been tarnished?
No, but it sounds like a very believable thing that would have been said.
He said,
by him,
our brand has been tarnished.
Okay.
And some people didn't like that he said that, and some liked that was honest. The brand has been tarnished. We need to start all over again.
He said that on January 1st of 2013, he said, proud tradition, but I will tell you, this brand has been tarnished. It's time to start a new legacy.
Yes. Now, I don't know that they effectively did that right away. It was a couple years until they became, whatever, they resurrect their brand through Allen and McDermott and Bean.
Okay, here was the whole quote. That was only part of it. We acknowledge this is an organization with a proud tradition to tell you our brand's been tarnished. Its relevancy has been tarnished, and it's unacceptable because we just not have won enough games. And then the part about the legacy.
Okay.
But that's an admission that
we're not in the league. That's what that is.
Right, because
we are not in the league.
Going to say your relevancy is tarnished.
Yes.
Which is that is the Sabres right now. They're not just, the brand isn't just that right now. It definitely is also like your relevancy in the league. I've felt this way for a couple years now where I just feel like they're not in it. Like they're barely in the NHL. They play the games. I see the other team's logos come to play here, but like today's a big day in the league. Marner is signing, and look at all the stuff Florida is doing, and Carolina's going to offer sheet somebody, and they might get Ehlers, and just like we're just hanging out over here like we don't exist.
Yeah. And that's where that quote from way back when, it's 12 years ago, makes me think of Kevin Adams is never going to be the one to do that. He kind of came in with that. We're going to do things differently, tearing apart what didn't work and build it again. Guys that want to be here, draft and develop. And that just hasn't played out the way he thought it would. This is offseason number 6. So maybe he gets an offseason number 7, or maybe this time next year, we're talking about a new GM who has done something different. Maybe that's Jarmo Kekalainen. People seem to think that might be an obvious in-house ascension. But the point is, when will, to Mark's point, when would the owner look at the whole thing and say, man, it really is a bad situation, and how do I get out of it? Without just saying, win games, get better results. What can actually do it? This is where I've said to you before, does Ryan Miller want the job? Does Jason Pominville want the job? Does someone who, this is a little bit of Eric Stahl being in the front office for me, is like, okay, that's somebody, Kekalainen, okay. These are steps. I don't know that I can be sold on what they're saying in meetings, because you are going to need results. But that day for the Bills, it did not prove to be the thing that sprung them forward. They hire Marone out of that, right? Like, okay. Then your brand became
2013. Yeah.
And then your brand becomes punting. You love to punt. But the point is, it was a self-awareness. It was, the brand has been tarnished. Our relevance is tarnished. We are not what we once were. And we played that quote from Adams yesterday saying, like, hey, if a guy doesn't want to be here, I just move right on. I don't really think about it too much. You need to be thinking about that every day. Every day that needs to be what you're thinking about. All right, what do we do to make sure that no player this kind of goes back to the grander vision when the Pagulas bought the team. They built Harbor Center to fight this idea. That's why that building is there, is it not? It's there because, prospects, they come to town, they get drafted, they drive down the 33, they never know Buffalo. Now every prospect in hockey comes through during a beautiful time of year and thinks, this place isn't so bad. But the hockey team's a mess.
Yeah.
The idea was, let's change the perception of what this place is. And now, That's what they need, a team of professionals to do that. And, if they get to the playoffs this year, then maybe that's a small start to doing it. But that change doesn't just come with another kick at the can. That change comes with people that are qualified to do it. And I don't know what that's going to be.
What it could be is something they haven't done, which is what did we say yesterday when we talked about the John Gibson trade? Why does John Gibson go to Detroit? Detroit is northern, cold, 9-year playoff drought, and kind of stuck, feels like right now. And why does John Gibson not have them on his 10-team no-trade list, but maybe he has the Sabres? Or why is he willing to waive it for the Red Wings? Who's calling him?
Yzerman.
A guy with real credibility in the sport who has won. And was obviously the reason his team won, like the franchise cornerstone type guy, who then, by the way, also had a really good resume building a team in Tampa Bay. Like, he had built up a reputation as an executive as well. That's not hiring Ryan Miller off of being a scout. This dude built the Lightning into a cup winner and then came here. Like, he's got respect. And how does it start? Maybe one way to get the wheels turning is if you had somebody that was running the show, that it would be less about, the Sabres calling you if you're a free agent. It's more about, who's the right name here? Oh, Brian Burke called me today.
Chris Pronger.
Chris Pronger. Chris Pronger.
Does Chris Pronger want the job?
Right. It's not as much as talking to the Sabres. Maybe it's talking to Chris Pronger.
Which
coming to his team.
And that might be an eye roll. He might not be good at running a team. The difference,
right, but that's a name in the sport that is
the difference with Yzerman is he did it, and then he won, and then he moved to another team.
Right.
Like, he won with Tampa. And,
right. And you're not going to get Yzerman. Not him specifically. You're not going to get a guy that's built Stanley Cup winners, I don't think. All the former Sabres that are currently GMs haven't done that yet.
Extendo Sports coming up. Mitch Marner to wear number 93 in Vegas. He also has written a letter saying goodbye to Toronto, saying it was all he ever wanted to do was win a cup there, but in the end it wasn't enough. And it's tough to admit because that's all he ever wanted. I'll be rooting for him. Rooting for him in Vegas. Why not? Carolina's out here offer sheeting teams.
Vegas is like the evil empire, though, aren't they?
No, they're what every team. They're the new money making a joke of the rest of the league.
But everybody hates them for that.
Good,
because they've got CIA operatives that are
because they're not in the old boys club. They walked in and they are different.
But they also just got here still. Well, can I say that anymore? How many years has it been?
Enough. They have a cup.
It's been 7 years.
Extendo Sports coming up. I've been kind of keyed in on one small point about what teams are doing, and maybe it's not really critical of the Sabres, but it's just noting that I like to point out we went through a long period of time where if a guy was 26, he was too old.
Yes.
26 not on their timeline. Brad Marchand just signed a 6-year deal. He is 37.
Yes.
Good teams are signing players later and longer and older. And the Marchand one, to me, looks like an NFL contract. He gets so Marchand got a 6-year deal at age 37. The average annual value is 5.2, and he gets like 16 right away, and it ends with $1 million
base salaries.
Yep. So not to get into the weeds too far on contracts right off the bat, but can I make a prediction for everybody? They'll either buy him out or...
Oh, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
What's going to happen is, in 3 years, when he wants to retire, they will trade his rights to a team that doesn't want to spend all the money to get to the new cap.
Yep.
And the cap hit on Marchand will be 5.2, and that team will only have to pay him 1.
Yep.
And as the cap goes up, what I expect to happen are deals like that, which is not quite collusion, but it's definitely teams that will spend knowing, you know what, the teams that aren't going to want to spend are going to want this contract. You might even see a team give good value for that contract. It wouldn't even be, hey, do us a favor, here's Marchand and a draft pick. You might compete for it because, man, I get a $5.2 million cap hit on my roster to get me to the floor. This is great. I'm going to need that. So I think that might be something we start to see. All right, Extendo Sports. Sal Capaccio's popped in for a segment here before the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
What's up, guys?
What's up? Good morning.
Yeah, yesterday I said I got to ask Jeremy and Joe what they think about this. Last night, Matt Bove and I recorded It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. And I have no idea. I can't remember how we got on the subject or topic. He posed a question. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think that's right. His debate question. Here it is. Basically was, in the United States, who's more popular? Connor McDavid or a basic kind of backup random NFL player?
Like who's more famous?
And more famous, more known.
You're not saying more well-liked. Yeah, you're saying more.
No. Or not even more recognizable with a face. Just like who you would know. If you walked up to a random person on the street.
Name recognition.
Name recognition, right? And the guy that he settled on that we used for an example was Khalil Shakir.
So would more people, if you said, do you know who Connor McDavid is, or do you know who Khalil Shakir is? Who would get more?
In the United States.
Yeah.
What do you think the answer to that is? I said I think no way. I still think I understand where he's coming from. He said because of fantasy football and hockey being more of a niche sport in a lot of cities in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
But he started with any kind of random backup player, and I'm like, okay, let's take Ray Davis. He's like, okay, that's not a good one. He doesn't think Ray Davis would qualify. But we kind of got to a point where, okay, guy was a little bit more relevant, but not a star, right?
Yeah.
I think it's Connor McDavid. I don't care. I still think it's Connor.
I just quickly searched how many Americans play fantasy football, and the number's about 30 million.
Mm-hmm.
And the Stanley Cup Final averages 2.5 million people watching it. So that doesn't mean
this
that's
watching.
just. I know
knowing who he is.
I tried to check how many Americans watch the NHL. I did not get a number for that.
Because then that would basically be to say more people know who Khalil Shakir is than could name a hockey player.
I wouldn't say that,
right?
McDavid, if you can name a hockey player, it might be the guy in your own market, or you might say a retired player.
But if
you might know Sidney Crosby more because he's in Pittsburgh.
But if you don't know McDavid, you're going to be able to. You're only going to know like 1, 2, 3 maybe hockey players in the world, and then you'll be someone who knows hundreds of football players.
Yeah, that's probably not a big Venn diagram crossover.
This might be a bad
deep into a fantasy football dynasty league. I've got Shakir,
right?
And who's the best hockey player in the world? Who is it?
This might be a bad way to do it because it probably would it would include Canada also. But Instagram followers, Khalil Shakir has 100,000 and McDavid has 1.3 million.
Yeah, I mean, but that
includes
counts
Canada.
Anybody worldwide, right?
Yeah. But I bet like 40% at least are American.
Matt tweeted the question out yesterday, and I invite people to go respond to him at Matt_Bove, and it was part of the promotion of the episode we did last night, which included also the question, do the Bills have the best home field advantage in the NFL, which was a really interesting question debate. We went through some of our experiences because he's doing the stadium, obviously the series he's doing on Highmark. And, we talked about that and their record since really kind of Sean McDermott arrived, but really over the last 3-4 years. But anyway, I thought it was a really interesting question. I don't agree. I think Connor McDavid would be more known than kind of a fairly relevant but not superstar NFL player.
Sure. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the way. Jeremy and Joe, we're back tomorrow, hopefully with some Sabres excitement. You never know. Here on WGR.